people here. I can never see.
I don't know. We're alive. Well, welcome to the show, everybody. It's me, Diamond Hands, Dalton. They call it the Golden Chocobo. They call me. Did you know they call me that, Dave?
No, have you been meme coining it up?
Yeah, I mean, I had some wins and losses today. Overall, I don't know if I've made any money doing it. Overall,
You should know. Is your wallet got any money left in it, or what's
yeah,
going on?
yeah. I mean, I've got, but I don't think I'm like. I think I've just like stagnated. Like it's not up or down.
Yeah.
I think like any money that I made on any good successful trade was lost on a bad trade.
Dude, I was saving it to tell you on air, but I got into meme coins. I got Neo Bull X. Like I studied for a couple months. My
Oh wait,
very
by the way,
go ahead.
Florida woman is here.
Hi.
He's drawing.
Woo! I don't know anything about crypto or anything like that, so I'm just listening.
Yeah, feel free to jump in. It's just a hang, Saturday night hang.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, we're just we're streaming. I hope everybody gives us money, but we're just chilling. So you were doing some gambling.
So I studied meme coins. I studied these things. I have these filters. I put some Solana in. My very first trade, I put like one Solana in. It started going up. I put two. I get out of. I think it was during the inauguration. I put into Flotus, and I end up making like $1,400 in like 30 minutes. I'm like,
Hell yeah.
dude, all the studying paid off. So then I did a couple more and I won like $50, like $100. I'm like, dude, Dalton's an idiot, dude. He should have been doing this the whole time. I wake up the next morning. I couldn't even sleep because I was so excited to gamble. I wake up. I make another like 1.2 in the morning with the first like coin that I do the filters on and everything. I'm like, dude, I'm a genius. I cook breakfast. I eat. I'm talking to Troy and I'm just talking about how I'm the greatest trader in the world. So I'm like, dude, you got to get in Discord. I got to show you how to do this. Live with Troy, just one-on-one in Discord. I just donk off over $2,000. I lose it all in like 30 minutes, and he just has to watch me sit there live, just going, yeah, it's gonna pump here. I'm gonna throw another one at it because that'll bring my dollar cost average down, and I just lost it all.
Yeah, there's no studying that'll help you be good at that or any rhyme or reason to it. None of it makes any sense. It is just it's the world's largest casino, and it's there right there in your pocket.
I couldn't even sleep, dude. My monkey brain is just activated all night, and it's like, you're gonna get up and you're gonna make $2,000 tomorrow in meme coins, and you're gonna retire in a month.
You have to go to rehab.
I had to quit. I already quit. I took it off my phone. I scraped back up to even. Well, I started with 6 Sol. I scraped all the way back up to 5.9, and then I just transferred it to another wallet. Oh, this is even worse. So then I put, I transferred the money out to another wallet. And so then I got some alpha, they call it. I got some Twitter info for this coin. And I was like, oh, crap, put some in. And I was like, you know what? Just put in 0.2 Sol, like $50. Don't be doing a full Sol. Just put 2 in and see what happens. So I throw 2 in, dude, and it goes up. It goes up. It's going up. I was like, this is awesome. I was like, oh, it's like denying. I got to sell, right? I go to sell and it won't sell. So I'm refreshing the page.
Oh, you got
like,
honeypotted.
No. I took the Sol out of my wallet. So there wasn't any money in there for gas fees. So I'm like in the other wallet, I'm sending stuff over. I finally send it over. And by the time I could get back in, it had already crashed and I lost the whole $50. So it's just like, it's just a wild roller coaster.
Yeah.
And this is real money. You put in real money into this? Holy shit.
It's so dumb. It's meme coins. So I do regular crypto, but we've been gambling with meme coins because there's guys that literally start with $50 and make like $1 million in like 3 months.
For every one of those stories, there's 1,000 of guys who start with like 5,000 and end with like 5 cents.
Yeah,
like,
and that's us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the dumbest thing of all. I can't believe it's real. Like there's people, there's money changing hands every day, like millions of dollars on stuff like fart coin.
Well, you saw Haktua coin, right?
That's the only one I know is Haktua, and I thought it was like all illegal shit because she got in trouble. So I didn't think it was actually real stuff.
Not
you
only
you saw Trump coin too, no?
Is that actually by Trump, or is that just something people made with his name?
Before he tweeted anything, before he came out with Trump coin, there was tons of just like Trump themed coins that I was making money on.
Yeah.
The second he tweeted an official Trump coin, the money left all the other. I lost all my money and all the other Trump coins I was in, and they all went to his. And so then people became millionaires on his coin, and then all the people that who got into that coin later, who bought it at like $70, just lost thousands of dollars on it. It's a matter of like timing. And also luck, just really luck, mostly.
You're basically it's basically just gambling, and you're trying to get your money out while other people are putting it in at the wrong time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least the people at like casinos, they get to play a little game and they get to have a little fun. It doesn't even sound like this is fun.
No, you should feel your heart racing. You never felt so alive in your life, Steph.
This is fun. David's right. You'll never feel more alive than when you put like $1,000 into like diarrhea coin.
And you just watch it going green. You're like 2,000, 4,000, 5,000. Whoa, down to 3, down to 2. Oh, it's 0. And you just want to puke in mouth. Yeah.
If I had $1,000, I don't think I'd be putting into diarrhea coin. I can't imagine. I think this is a heavily male-centered activity.
That's why you'll never be a millionaire.
Yeah, that's how you stay poor.
Oh, yeah.
If you want to be like Dalton and me, hanging out with Top G, we're going to be in Romania pretty soon, hanging out with the Tate brothers and Lamborghinis, selling meme coins.
Yeah, if you're scared of losing $1,000, you'll never make $1 million.
Yeah, you have a scarcity mentality. Me and Dalton have an abundance mentality.
That's what my dad said before he used both me and my sister's credit to like start a bunch of BS businesses.
Your dad sounds awesome.
Yeah.
Sounds like a real ass dude as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, that BS of which you mentioned is business science.
Yep.
That's what a BS business is.
Trying to shoot down a man, trying to put a roof over yours and your mother's head. You got to respect the game.
Mm-hmm.
By the
my father, with a gun to his head, could not spell the word business, but he does try.
I can barely do it. Business is like that Patrice O'Neill bit.
My father.
BUSSI.
It's BUSI.
BUSSISSE.
Spelled buzziness.
Yeah. But I'm drinking my inaugural weekly Coke Zero in front of Dalton for Cornfed.
Oh, nice. I can't believe you only drink like one a week, dude. I drink like one every half hour.
Here we go, guys.
What does this mean? Drew Huntley gave me $10. He said Terraceft, Aratan, and a Zawad. Kazuntai.
Boobs coin, sister credit coin.
Gizmo coin, boobs coin, sisters credit coin. Yeah.
Thank you for the $9.99, Drew Huntley. So, Steph, what are you making? It's Florida girl. She's making a gator.
I'm making an alligator.
At first, I thought it was an armadillo, but now it's starting. I can start to see the.
I'm making a little alligator.
Yeah, rest in peace, Gizmo. My dog. I had to kill my.
Oh my god! No.
Oh no.
Yeah, my dog. I had a 17-year-old Shih Tzu.
Yeah,
and he was put to sleep on Wednesday night. We had to put him to sleep, so he's gone now. And it was it's been it's sad,
Yeah, he went the way of Haktua.
Yeah.
He went to sleep and never came back.
Yes, yeah, that is what happened.
Yeah, she went to bed and she never came back.
Yeah,
sorry to hear
she's
that,
so cute.
Yeah,
I really like her.
it was nuts, dude. It was like because I've never had to do anything like that before because it was like an emergency. So,
she fell sick? It was a dog? It was a boy?
It was a boy.
Okay.
Gizmo. He's a Shih Tzu. He got injured like really bad, and so I had to take him to I had to find like where is there a place that's open that will help me. And so it was a long drive, and he was just like miserable the whole way there. And it was like I knew like when I loaded him up in the car, I was like, yeah, this is not a trip where he's going to be coming back with me.
That's brutal.
It was like it was that he was that badly injured, and he was so old that it was like I didn't see that like how there was any way he would
7 years old is old for dogs.
17.
Oh, 17.
Yeah, he was 17. So
that's like crazy old.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was near the end anyway.
Yeah.
It's just the way it ended was like not good. And so it was like the whole way like to the animal emergency clinic, he was just like he was in a lot of pain, and he was yelping and just like grunting and wheezing.
Is a Shih Tzu like the white fluffy dog?
Yeah, they were tiny. His fur was brown and white, and it was like I finally got to whatever this clinic was, and it's just dude, dude, that whole process fucking sucks because like when you get there, immediately just for them to like take your pet to go look at him, you have to pay them $150 right away.
Yeah.
So it's like before you can even like do anything, they're just like, well, that'll be $150 up front. And then they took the dog. And
you're like, wow, that's like it's not quite a Solana, but that's pretty rough.
Yeah. Do you know how many memes I could buy with $150?
I was gonna buy $100K worth of diarrhea coin, but I guess I can get my dog looked at.
Yeah, I was gonna buy the official Donald Trump Jr. the Eric Trump fart ETF.
Yeah. The Ivanka Queef.
Yeah, Ivanka
Queef. Yeah.
So it was $150 right there for them to just take him into the exam room. And then the doctor did the exam and all that, and she came back and she was like, yeah, he's like really agitated and he's very badly injured, but we got him sedated. And she basically was like, if you want me to, I'll do surgery and put his eye back in.
Do they have any decorum, or like, do they have like emotional intelligence training, or are they just like cold?
No, she was astoundingly like kind and caring, and was not trying to like pressure me one way or the other. She just said like, just whatever decision you make, there's no wrong decision. And but like it was like pretty apparent that there was even if I was like, yeah, do what you can to save him, it would have been like thousands of dollars for him to like probably still be blind afterward, like completely blind.
And you said 17 years old.
Yeah, and then he would just die anyway, like a month later, and he would just have no quality of life. So then I was like, yeah, we're gonna have to put him to sleep. And she was like, okay, that'll be another $250. Christ.
Yeah.
So it was probably like altogether like $60 in gas to back and forth to drive there, and then $400 to actually put him to sleep. And now he's still in a freezer right now with a bunch of other dead dogs, and I'm just waiting for him to get cremated and his ashes to.
Oh, so it's $250, but you get them cremated and you get the ashes afterwards?
No, it's it was $400 just to put him to sleep. The cremation and the urn and the picture and the paw print, the whole memorial, that's a whole other business. That's a whole other charge.
Bro, you're gonna have to sell that lovely head of hair you got there to like a wig company, dude.
Yeah, so the total cost of like euthanizing a dog, and then if you want to like keep his ashes or do anything with the remains, the total cost is probably like close to like $1,000.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. I always think about. Yeah. Sorry about that, bro. I always think about getting a dog, and then I think about that, like that I'm gonna outlive the dog. It's brutal. I remember when I was a kid, our family dog in the rain, I was in the back seat and I didn't really understand what was going on because I was like maybe 5, like 4.5, 5. And it was raining. We were in a old station wagon with the wood sides, and my dog was in the back, and my mom was crying, driving in the rain, and she kept pulling over, going to the vet. So we were going to put the dog down, but I didn't know really what was going on. And she was a wreck. And then when he got home, she's like, yeah, we don't have the dog anymore. And it never really, I was like, at the age where I was like almost sociopathic, I just didn't ever click with me that the dog was like dead. So that was my only time that I had to deal with a lost pet, besides all the gerbils I killed.
Gerbils only live about 2 weeks.
Dude, I did a science experiment when I was like in middle school where I got these 2 gerbils, male and a female. And I was going to race them in this maze for food to see if like, like they say like men hunt for food and women stay back, like in the human race. But like a lot of times like the lioness will hunt. So I was like in gerbils, like, which gerbil does what? So I had to starve them a little bit to go through the mazes so that they would get the food on the end. And I wake up one morning and one had just eaten the other gerbil. And it was just the female had just killed and eaten the male gerbil in the cage. I was like, all right, well, that experiment just went down the tubes.
That's cool that your like inclination when you got like beautiful, loving pets was like to play a cruel god to them.
I was doing a science experiment for school. I was trying to win a science fair. I thought I was like, I don't know, whoever studied animals. Who's
By the way,
who's the scientist that did animals?
Speaking, and I think it was like there's been a lot of literature about this. Like Frankenstein is the big text about how man should not play God.
Yeah.
But it was.
I promised Steph that I wouldn't talk about the Steins tonight, Dalton.
I mean, you can, but I definitely can't.
No, I'm saying, but what is up with I think all of us, our whole lives, like something we are like aware of that's even like a trope in the media is lab rats, like testing on rats.
Oh yeah.
What does that even? What does that deter? Like, what information does that give anybody? Because like when you hear these studies where they're like, yeah, we like filled a rat enclosure full of the equivalent of like 500 cigarettes.
All right, I gotta pause this for a second. And don't get mad at me, Dalton. Okay. Do you really never watch Lemon Party ever?
No.
What the hell is Lemon Party?
They literally talked about this on Lemon Party this week. Devin brought this up. Devin Costa brought up, why do they always compare us to rats? Are we like rats? And they always do these experiments on. So every time I listen to the 2 shows, I'm always like, they must watch because they're so parallel.
Dude, I have never watched an episode. I do not know what they're talking about.
You must be plugged into the Matrix and a similar wires as Devin Costa.
It must be like what do they call it? It's like some fucking guy came up with this morphic resonance is the theory, like this idea that like all of Earth's creatures have some sort of like connection to each other.
Yeah.
You'll see these examples where like on one side of the continent, like a group of goats or whatever will figure something out. They'll figure out like something to do, how to escape the ranch or whatever.
Yeah, so Devin figured out how to be retarded, and on the other side of the United States, you figured out how to do it.
So then like on another side of the continent, like this, the same another group of goats will figure out the same thing. So it's like, me and Devin are both having like the same dumbass like freshman stoner thoughts.
Yeah, Ben brought up like testing on rats, and they said whatever, and Devin's like, what is that? Why do they always test it on them? It's like, why? What does that have to do with being human? Are we that similar to rats or whatever? So,
well, yeah, because somebody actually did say to me the other day, like they brought up some study. It was something like, did you know sour candy can cause cancer? And I'm like, what? And they say, yeah, it was like this study done on lab rats. And I'm like, okay, so you're telling me they gave like a 4-ounce mouse like a shitload of Sour Patch Kids and it died, and somehow I'm supposed to, from that, somehow that gives me the information that like, oh, I guess I'm not supposed to eat my body weight in Sour Patch Kids.
If you ever find cheese in a little square contraption, don't go and try to eat that. It's very dangerous. They've been testing it on rats. You know who Dr. Rhonda Patrick is?
Yeah.
So she was talking about when she first went to like school. She was like vegetarian for a while, and when she was in college and doing experiments or whatever, her first time she had experiments, and she's like, yeah, we test on rats. And they're like, what? And mice. So they would give her like dozens and dozens of white mice, and they'd run these experiments on them or whatever. And then when they were done, they would just put them in this thing and euthanize them, like microwave them or like smash them or kill them like almost instantly. And like the first time she's doing it, she spent like 2 hours like in there, like contemplating, pacing back and forth before she could finally kill him. And then she's like, about a year into it, you're just like smash, and you're just smashing you're killing hundreds of mice and you don't even care. And then she took like a year off or 2 years off. She got another grant, went back and did some more studies. And when she returned, she couldn't hurt the mice again. So like you go from empathy to like turning yourself into a sociopath where you get past it. Yeah. And then you go back into having empathy again. And then she had to turn back that part of her brain where she killed the mice again. And then she got used to it again. So it's just crazy thinking about like just taking a dozen like hundreds of lives of mice that get studied on all the time in all these labs everywhere for some reason.
Just doing like a mouse holocaust every day.
yeah. To figure out if peanut M&Ms give you ED.
How toxic is Red 40?
Yeah.
Which the study itself seems like I don't know what information it gives us about ourselves though, because like if you just pump a mouse full of Red 40 and they're like, yeah, this mouse got like a bunch of tumors. Yeah. We gave it all this Mountain Dew Code Red. I'm like, okay.
But how radical was the mouse before he went out? That was the question.
Yeah. What kind of kill count did he get on Halo that night?
That's what matters. I've been watching the X Games snowboarding all day, so I'm like, I'm all colored up.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm not a scientist, so maybe they know. I guess I'm supposed to trust them, but I just feel like if you're just like injecting a mouse full of like a bunch of chemicals and going, yeah, it's crazy. The mouse died, so I guess you shouldn't drink Mellow Yellow. I'm like, well, I don't understand how, because of like a little 4 or 5 ounce little rodent died because you drowned it in Mellow Yellow.
It's not even. You heard what Fauci was doing too, right?
I won't actually.
Yeah, I was like, oh, maybe we shouldn't bring that up because of what happened, being insensitive. But like, that's just brutal what they did to those with them.
Yeah, they conduct these like wacky, like neocortex from Crash Bandicoot experiments.
Yeah,
and they go, okay, we've discovered some new information about humans.
Yep.
Because we injected a bunch of beagles with motor oil, and it turns out you shouldn't do that.
So Steph was a little bit nervous to be on camera, but I was like, just do what you normally do. You can just come on, talk, hang out, do your artwork on camera. And I wasn't sure how it was going to play. But when you watch like shorts and like somebody's talking and then they have like all this stuff at the bottom that's like all soothing that people pay attention. I bet the audience here that has like a 6-second attention span actually can listen to us better with Steph doing art.
It is relaxing.
It is. Nice. I'm watching it too. Yeah. I like it.
Like Autism Warhammer with Elmo and Cookie Monster.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice. Yeah, it's like those it's like those videos where like one side is a clip of the Joe Rogan Experience, and the other side is basically this. Just
Yeah,
like
somebody like shaving a cucumber with a buck knife.
But yeah, I don't like being mean. You know, I don't like being mean to animals. That's why I'll never do. I'll never do this again. I bought some of those like sticky mouse traps, those like glue traps.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I put them down, and then like they work.
Don't be mean to me.
Yeah, the thing that what sucks about them is they work.
Yeah.
And so then like you'll just be like walking through your kitchen one day, and you'll just see like a little mouse stuck to the trap, just writhing and squirming and squeaking.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay, well, oh, he's still alive. So now I have to do something about this. So I had to pick up the whole trap with the mouse on it. It was, mice are little cuties. They're not rats.
No.
So they're cute little critters. And I just saw this, and there was like, at first, I tried to see if there was a way to like peel them off of it, and I was like, "That's not going to work."
Yeah, there is. You can peel them off.
Yeah, you can peel them off,
but some parts are going to stay behind.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to peel all of them off like in one piece. So I did like do the merciful thing in that point. So I had to like take the trap outside with the mouse on it.
Yeah, give him a cigarette.
I flipped it upside down and put it down on the ground, and then just like curb stomped it.
Oh no!
Just like drove my foot into it.
Yeah.
And I didn't even look at it after that. Like I just like scooped it up and threw it away.
Yeah.
But it would do that. I did not enjoy doing, and I was like, hey, I'll never use these again. Like there's got to be a better way to deal with mice.
So you know that I've been vegan for quite a bit, and when I was living down in Providence, I was trying to get up here to New Hampshire, but the houses were just going so quick. So I moved to this really cheap apartment that was month to month in the ghetto. I ended up staying there like 3 years. It was like this awesome tall ceilings loft. Like it was 25 feet long by 25 feet wide by 16 feet tall ceilings, one giant room. I actually loved that place because it was an old warehouse that was converted. I had tons of mice and, vegan. So I was like, all right, I got to do the right thing. So I got the safety traps where you just like, they walk in one side, then you're alive. And then you would go out, I would drive them out to the woods and I would drop them off. So I was like, okay, I got 1 mouse here. I'll do it. So then I got a second trap. So I was like catching 2 mice a day. So I was taking 2 out and then like 4. And then I'm like, okay, my whole place is infested with mice. So now I'm like going back to my libertarian roots. And I was like, okay, this is a violation of the non-aggression principle. I mean, this is my private property that they're invading. And I just didn't know what to do. I was at a conundrum because I had like hundreds of mice getting into the apartment, eating my food, eating everything. And I could not. Yeah, like you would turn on the lights and they would be all over the stove and all over things. So I had to like hide everything, keep everything in my fridge, keep it in the oven. And so I was in this real conundrum because the rest of the building allowed pets. So that people were leaving their cat food and their dog food out. And then the mice were just had a free-for-all. So there was thousands in this building. So you couldn't keep up. So at one point I had a 5-gallon bucket with cheese in the middle. It had this trap door that would just swing and there'd be cheese on the other side. So they'd walk out on it and then trap door would fall in and then it would flip and then another one. And I opened the bucket and there was just dozens of hundreds of rats inside, dude. So I was just like turning into like buckets of rats and talking to my landlord. Luckily, I got the hell out of there before I had to because I was like, at one point, I was just like, I'm going to just have to start exterminating them because all they're doing is coming back in the building. So in theory, I guess with the NAP, you could defend your property and kill them. But I was trying to figure out a friendly solution and there just isn't. There isn't one at that point. They're invading you.
If you live in like a major city, New York just has like an insane rat problem. You realize that the only solution is to just kill as many as you can.
Hey, Dalton, I promised Stephanie I wouldn't talk about those people tonight.
Yeah. Well, the apartment I had.
I lived in an area with a lot of all those types of things. Everything mentioned.
Yeah, you were in New Jersey, right?
No, I lived in New York City for a couple of years.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, it was hell. I hated it.
Yeah, the
I
apartment,
visited recently, and it gave me so much anxiety.
yeah, it's the big city, you know. It's the city, the city, the windy city, the city of lights.
It's too much city, dude. It's too much city. You know, Steph, I'm just a country boy here working late at the fire department. You know, that's all I've been up to lately. What
You know, the apartment I had that was like rat infested was actually owned by like a Bangladeshi dude. So, you know,
Wait, what? The fire department?
I had an apartment that was like
Okay.
rat infested to where it was probably like illegal that the landlord was even renting it out to anybody because it was like so overrun with rats. It was probably like a health problem. But the landlord was not, you know, one of the chosen. He was he was a Muslim.
Yeah.
And
okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
They would say unchosen.
Right. Yeah. Unchosen, unclean, stinky.
Yeah. I've never had any I got no stereotypes to work with because I haven't had any issues. I actually get along with stinky people.
Well, he just was a slumlord. Like he just was renting out like an apartment that should have been condemned, and the apartment itself was like overrun with rats. Like they pretty much owned the place.
Yeah.
Like they had taken over the oven. They just like lived in the oven.
Yeah. And that's a good place to hide from the who's in the oven, dude. They don't like the in the oven.
Yeah. They'll never suspect the one, you know, that we would go to the oven.
No.
You know, be the last place they'd look.
Yeah.
But yeah, they had like taken over the oven, they were in the walls, they just like and they would just like pop out all throughout the day. Like you just be like chilling watching TV and then you'd hear like all the scritching and scratching in the walls.
Yeah.
And then just like the biggest rats would come out of some place and take a dump everywhere and then like scurry away.
Yeah, that was the worst part. So here's the worst part. I was laying in bed and I was dead asleep and I kind of woke up kind of like scratching my my other beard before this one. And I thought my beard was tickling my chest. So I reached down and I'm like sleep though. I'm in like theta stage sleep. So I wake up and I feel like a mouse. But I'm like, am I imagining this? And I like get up really quick. I flick on the lights. I look and then scatter or whatever. And like there was mice getting in my bed, crawling on me at night. That's how bad it had gotten.
Oh, dude, that is gnarly, dude.
So I was like, I got to get the fuck out of here. So I started leaving the food out in those buckets so that they wouldn't come after me because it was turning into like so my bed was raised up top. It was this huge loft. And on the second, when you walked in, you had the kitchen in the bathroom. And then above it was my bedroom with a really tiny ceiling. And then it looked out over this huge lofts. But like I said, they were pooping everywhere and eating food. But then when they started crawling on me, I was like, okay, I'm going to leave the food out so they can eat them. I just couldn't I was trying to move up to New Hampshire and I'm like, I just can't get on a lease because then I'll be stuck down in Providence and I hate it here. So, yeah, back when I lived in the ghetto.
Yeah, that's a rite of passage for every young person is living in the world's shittiest apartment.
So, hey, Steph, can we bring up one of your videos? Are you going to feel embarrassed?
I don't feel embarrassed, but I don't think anyone wants to see it.
To watch yourself? Why?
This has like this kitty on Procreate today.
This has 3,400 views on YouTube right now.
Oh,
so some 3,400 people liked it.
Okay.
It's usually like weebs and my artsy friends, but you're welcome to show it.
Lots of people showed up here to see it tonight, Steph. So let's see.
Yeah, let's go ahead and play it here.
Hi guys, I drew this kitty on Procreate today. I draw a lot on Procreate and I draw a lot of cats. so you can expect to see more of that. But I'm like a million years old, and I'm not a tech person. I went to art school, so.
Wait, are you over 29?
No, I'm not over 29, but I
Okay.
might as well be a million years old.
Oh, phew. I thought we had somebody over 20. Oh, female over 30, 29 on the show. Okay, no problem.
It took me the better part of this day to figure out how to upload a video from Procreate. I'm excited to do more, though. I hope you like the orange kitty.
I hate my voice. Last time I streamed, someone came on and they asked if I was a boy or a girl because of my voice.
I was not expecting your voice. It's funny because I have a friend, Anna, that lives in Mississippi, and she's like on the spectrum. And I had been talking to her on Instagram about MMA and giving her workouts and stuff for lifting and strength training or whatever. And then one day she sent me a voice memo, and I was like, "Oh, that is not what I expected a woman's voice to sound like. It's not manly. It's just not." When you see somebody super whimsical online and then you hear them talk and you're like, "Oh, she just has a typical." I don't know what I was expecting, if it was supposed to sound like a Rugrat or something, but
so many people were really disappointed. A lot of people messaged me in like an upset way, and I was like, I don't think it's that big of a deal, but okay.
Yeah, I thought you'd have a lisp.
I think I kind of do. I don't.
I think it's also when you don't see somebody's face and you're highly focused on the voice, it's different than when you're seeing the mannerisms and everything too.
Drew Huntley asked for some fucking Dune music or something.
Word, let's do it. Cornfed Radio, WKNIGG.
Yes. 148.8.
Oh wait, hold on.
The chirp.
Steph, are you half Italian and half what you Latin? I don't what Latin country?
Puerto Rican.
So you have Puerto Rican, half Italian.
Yeah.
Can you hear this?
Yes, I can hear it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Puerto Ricans are basically the Italians of Mexicans.
Well, I told her that she had to make sure that she had a headset because I didn't want her playing it on speakerphone, because of her Latin heritage.
The chirp.
Yeah, no, just
you know what? I was so embarrassed. I was in my car a couple days ago, and I was just listening to my music regular. And then I got out at the gas station, and the whole car was shaking. Like everyone could definitely hear it. I don't even realize how loud I listen to music.
What do you listen to for music?
Everything.
Taylor Swift.
No, I mean, at that, I was listening to Grimes when that happened, but I listened to everything, really, truly everything.
You listen to Lil Wayne?
Yeah, I like Lil Wayne. I like Lil Wayne a lot. I wish that I could meet Lil Wayne. I feel like we'd have so much in common. I just really like Lil Wayne.
Oh, but actually, you need to meet Jessie Jetski. I think you and Jessie Jetski would have a lot in common. She's an LA comedian. She's very quirky. She doesn't have any female friends. I've met her a couple times. She is like, if you bring her up and you would be like, oh yeah, I could see these. You've never seen Jessie Jetski? She plays. Oh, actually, she's on Tony Hinchcliffe. I forgot about. She's the trumpet player on Kill Tony.
Oh, okay.
She used to be a door person, and she does stand up. And she was on Bad Friends for a while. But she's she's like hangs out with. Who's she like? She's like Jeremiah Watkins, but a female. She's like, she's not super improv-y, but she comes from that world. But she's just quirky. She's quirky and fun.
Yeah, she's somebody that Tony had to bring in that he knows he can control and manipulate and.
Yeah, probably. Because she's a sweetheart.
Maintain authority over, which he could not do.
Yeah,
with Jeremiah Watkins.
Unbelievable.
See, when you said her name, I thought she was going to be a porn star because it sounded like a porn name.
Yeah, Jessie does.
No, well, so her name. So they gave her that name as a joke on Bad Friends. Let me see.
Yeah, well, they probably are not aware that Jetski is a brand name, and it's the.
She was raised by hippies, and I can't believe you guys don't know who Jessie Jetski. Am I the only one? Everybody here, nobody.
I don't think there's anybody here that tunes in to Kill Tony.
No, I don't know her from Kill Tony though. I just know comics. So she's a stand-up comic.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying. I don't know if they're.
She's a female stand-up comic.
I don't know if all these people are even
better
aware.
Than like Ian Finance, who's a female stand-up comic.
Whoever gave her that moniker, Jet Ski is a brand name, so that doesn't refer.
Her name's Jesse Johnson.
What the actual thing is? It's the actual what a jet ski is. The actual vehicle.
Yeah,
is called a personal watercraft. So, but calling her Jessie Jet Ski there might be some litigation, that could arise from that, since jet ski is actually the brand name.
I think that's where they got it from. But I don't think they got it like jet ski. It's like jet ski. Hey, jet ski. Good to see you, jet ski.
Sarah Sullivan said, "I like your drawing, Stephanie."
Thank you, Sarah.
Oh, Sarah showed up.
Yeah, Sarah's here.
I missed her. I was gonna watch her on with Robbie. I told Robbie to stop by, but he says he's watching the game. The
gang might pop in. I don't know. But Drew, he asked for some kind of Dune, some Dune music or something. So.
Oh yeah.
We'll do a couple minutes of this.
Welcome to Cornfed Radio, WKNIGG.
The church.
Cornfed Radio.
So yeah, this sounds really good through the StreamYard thing. Here we go.
نظرت الناصوات جراس منك انتو مست دلني مزاغنا يا تجيات منك دارتني انا غرينا يا تجيات من كل واد نبكاني ضارت الناصوات سجراس منك انتو مست دلني مزاغن يا تجيات منك أرادني يا نغرين يا كاتن كلوان.
What language is this?
This is some band called Terracaft. Anchor, I don't know.
التاريخ وقاصنا تغامون مغارنا الطفن تلياطنا يلياطني يا دغرت ميها وانت قدالنا
واو
كان ضارت الناصوات سجراص منك انتو مس دليني مزاغن اتاكتن منك أرادني يا نغرين يا تاكتن كلوان.
Yo, big news, big crypto, earth-shattering news.
Well,
I just,
millionaire?
Dude, I totally forgot I even put money into something earlier. I just checked it and immediately sold it, dude. I just turned $30 into $500.
Big news, everybody.
Dude, I was panicking. I was like, I have to sell this now. That's the thing about if you have a gambling addiction, you lose perspective where you go, all right, I've just 20 times my investment or whatever, whatever. Yeah. And if you are up $500 on a $30 investment, you should sell.
Yeah. And there's always tomorrow. So if tomorrow you made $500 again, you just made 1,000 in 2 days, which should be plenty of money, except your monkey brain takes over. $500 a day is really good pay.
Yeah. And so, dude, because there's this thing that's been happening. You get these with meme coins. Oh, wait a second. What was it? Sarah wanted to know how we know each other. Yeah, we're both big fans of hippie ayahuasca music. No, Dave's a big comedy fan, so Dave knew of me from just podcasts I've been on, and we just started talking online, and we just have a lot of. It's funny, we have a lot of shared interests and similar personality traits, but Dave is actually racist.
I got something right here. I got I got audio evidence of Dalton.
Whoa, okay. Are racist. Nick.
Oh, why don't you play the audio?
Wasted upon my own retard on that one. Yeah. Now, yeah, we do. We really are. We just have a lot of we're just a couple chill guys. I don't know.
Race is more of a science.
We're both trying to.
When you really get your hands on a skull, that's when you can really get into the real work that needs to be done.
When you can rake your fingers across the dimples on a skull.
I'm friends with Steph, and she's Italian and Puerto Rican.
Wow,
that's true.
Yeah, and I don't consider myself white.
They call that a Leguizamo because he was
what?
He was
call that a Leguizamo, right, Dalton?
He was Luigi. He was the first. You
don't know who he is?
Screen Luigi.
Yeah.
In 1993, 94.
I just remember him from Othello.
Yo, by the way, Dave, this is where we differ because I know you don't go for that gay shit at all.
No,
I'm more open and understanding and accepting.
I'm not going to throw him off the roof,
dude. Like a couple of years ago, I was dating this lady, and I took her on a movie date. There was a theater nearby that was doing like a repertory showing, which is where just a theater shows an old movie. Yeah, they were showing Tu Wong Fu, Thanks for Everything, Julie Newmar.
Oh, I have seen that.
Yeah, it's a really funny movie.
When they're the cross dressers, it's
Patrick Swayze,
yeah,
Wesley Snipes, and John Leguizamo are all drag queens.
Yeah.
Now in the movie, like Patrick Swayze and Wesley Snipes definitely just look like Patrick Swayze and Wesley Snipes in wigs. Like they're too manly. Leguizamo would have fooled me.
Pause.
If the Leguizamo character in that movie, if I met him or her or what, I don't know what their deal. I don't think they were trans. I think they were just like gay guys who were drag queens. But if that the Leguizamo character in that movie definitely would have I would have gotten tricked. I wouldn't have realized that he was actually a dude until his penis was in my mouth.
So in my buddy actually he's still a pretty big DJ. He's actually on the West Coast now. It's Big Daddy B. I think he's in he's Malibu Beach or something. But he's been on a bunch of radio stations. But he used to DJ locally when I was growing up. And I used to go to the clubs that he was DJing and get VIP treatment because he was there. And we had this big club called Metropolis, I think it was called. So I'm in there partying by myself. I'm going up talking to him and the opening DJ and drinking for free. And they had these go-go dancers that were up on these ledges. And I meet this young black lady with these just super thin, large-breasted braids, really cute. We're drinking, we're having fun. She was one of the go-go dancers there, and she's flirting with me all night. So I end up leaving with her, and I'm at her house, and she's making me pork chops and applesauce and mashed potatoes and everything. And I had a Nokia cell phone at the time with the pull-out top or whatever. And
the Italian cell phone, the Nokia.
Yeah, the Nokia. So they're texting me like crazy. My buddies are all texting me or whatever, right? And she's in the kitchen doing a bunch of stuff. And I finally pick up. I'm like, Brad, what's up, bro? What's up? And he's like, dude, that's a guy you're with. I was like, no, this ain't a guy, dude. This ain't a guy. This ain't a guy. So now I'm like, dude, this ain't a guy. And this is before there was a lot of this going on. So it's not like modern days. This is a while ago. So now I'm on the bookshelf and I'm looking at the photos. And I was like, who's this in this photo here? It's like, oh, that's me as a baby. And I'm like, that's definitely a little girl. That's her as a baby.
You're transvestigating a baby?
Yeah, so I'm transvestigating. Yeah, so I'm in there transvestigating, and they keep calling me, and I keep answering. So I'm like, you guys are freaking me out, dude. And she's in the house and she's playing music and she's lighting candles or whatever. And I'm in a strange location and I'm blitzed out of my mind. And I was like, I really shouldn't be driving back home from now. But I was like, but they did scare me enough. And I was like, hey, my buddies call me. He's the DJ from the thing. They need me to go back to the club and help them out or whatever or something. So I'm sorry, I got to go. So no problem. So they're like trying to give me a hug and everything. I was like, yeah, I'll run into I'll run into you again. And so I leave. I get back to meet them at the other club that's upstairs. It's like after hours that the guy owns. And I come in there and they're like, what are you doing here? And I was like, you told me I was at a tranny's house, mind my language. This at the store at the time, that's the terms we used. It's a bunch of guys hanging out. And they're like, dude, we were just fucking busting your balls because everybody's been trying to pick her up for months and no one could do it. And I was like, oh, you bastards. So they basically, that was the tricks we used to play back when I was a kid, back when I was a weasel. That's my one run in. But I did question, I questioned myself for about 2-3 days after that.
Right.
Yeah.
See, nowadays it's like you just you have to be cool with it no matter what. Like if you go back to a woman's apartment and she has a penis and testicles, if you leave, you're actually like,
that's fine.
A bigot,
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
that's my brand. Baby.
Oh, this is a deal breaker for you, my big penis and testicles.
Yeah, that it is funny though. So I was watching Jordan Jensen on with Jim Norton and whatever his wife's name is, who's a biological man, Nikki. Yeah, that's and like I was watching that. I was watching some other guy, but he was talking about like if a penis is small, it's feminine, and like once they start taking hormones or whatever, they shrink and get feminine. And I was
my star.
That's not how my brain.
I'm just a Southern belle, dude.
I will say this. So you're coming down on me, but I lived in New England. I lived in Providence, and I lived in Massachusetts, which is like the hive where all this stuff is going on. Yeah. So when I was younger, we didn't have a problem with like the LGBT community and stuff. They were nice. They were just like everybody else. As time went on, they became like a mafia down there, where they were like being very mean and stuff. So maybe you haven't run into like the mean gay people. And I'm not talking about sassy black guys making fun of your outfit. I'm talking about being mean to you because like they have like a privileged class. You're probably running into the gay people in Texas, which are like the gay people that I grew up with in Providence, who were fun.
The trans mafia, they'd be like, be ashamed if somebody came in here and fucked you in the ass.
Be ashamed.
You might need to pay us a little something to stop from getting fucked in the ass.
Dude, Providence took down their American flags and put up rainbow flags by the time I had left there in the streets.
That's weird. That's weird to replace a flag.
Yeah, because they said the American flag was racist, so they put up
it's a symbol of colonialism.
Yeah, so
colonization.
So this is before the BIPOC term came out, before NPR came up with the term BIPOC. So it was just the original rainbow flag that they put up. But I was just like, so do they have to take these down now? Like, are these flags bigoted because they don't have the BIPOC black and brown part on them anymore? So they have to take the taxpayers' money and take all these flags down and buy the new.
Yeah, dude, the gay flag is turning into a fucking mess, dude. Like they're adding so much shit to it that it's just like for a people who are so
we just like she's talking about this and she's just politely and wholesomely drawing.
But my point, I am a friend to the gays.
I'm thinking about my future at Disney going right down the drain.
The juxtaposition of having this conversation.
When you think about like gay guys, especially being like so particular when it comes to like fashion and decorations and colors and matching and all that. That gay flag they got now is an abomination because it's just like it's such a clash of colors.
Yeah,
like it's not like it's like hard on the eyes. It's a eyesore because they put in like all this other bullshit.
It's unnatural, right, Dalton?
Well, the original gay flag was just a rainbow, which is actually very nice. That's God's covenant with man.
Yeah. which is why I think they took it. By the way, Steph, Walt Disney and me have a lot in common. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Oh, I know. I know all about that.
Yeah. So
I'm just saying to the Disney company, just if you ever see this, don't associate me with this particular conversation.
And I'm just saying, Disney, if you ever see this, me and Walt have a lot in common.
Yeah, hey Dave, I hate to break it to you, but the current CEO of Disney is a fellow by the name of Bob Iger. So
yeah, I know. And
I don't think they align with Walt's values.
So did you see this? I didn't know this. So when they had this current battle because DeSantis was going to like take away some of the territorial property rights of Disney. Is it true that Disney's actually owned by Britain and the royal family?
No, that's a conspiracy theory.
Is that a conspiracy that they own that land within Florida?
That's got to be a conspiracy theory. No, Walt Disney he created all of that, and now it's all just owned by Disney, the monolithic corporate entity that is Disney.
They have their own police. I live like right at the Disney gates. Like I'm like 5 minutes from the Magic Kingdom. There's like their own police force and everything.
Don't dox yourself.
Well,
we got some crazy people in here.
That's like a Disney fairy tale to think that the royal family would still have anything resembling that kind of power and influence.
Let me ask ChatGPT. It is all about princes and princesses and everything.
Yeah, because like the truth of like the world now is like that scene at the end of the first Austin Powers, actually, where number 2 finally turns on Dr. Evil. Dave, do you know what I'm talking about?
ChatGPT says you're correct, by the way. The royal family does not own Disneyland. It's a conspiracy. No. The end of I haven't watched the
do you remember the end? You don't remember the end of International Man of Mystery?
I was more Adam Sandler, and I did like the Meyerverse, but I watched everything like one time.
Yeah,
where you guys watch it a lot. I should probably rewatch it now that they're on.
They're
YouTube
the best. They're the best movies ever made.
Yeah, the original is really good. I watched that recently.
As silly and wacky as the series gets with the sequels, the first movie, though it is like a very like heightened like comedy, like very just like wacky, silly satire, it has like oddly poignant and prescient like social commentary. Yeah. And so there's this scene at the end of the first movie of International Man of Mystery where it's the face off between Austin and Dr. Evil. And number 2 comes in, and he's finally like turned on Dr. Evil. He's tired of Dr. Evil's shit, and he's holding a gun on him. And he goes, you're so obsessed with taking over the world. And, this is it. Dr. Evil and Austin Powers has been frozen since the 60s. This is the 90s now. And number 2 says there is no world anymore. It's only corporations now. And it's like when you watch it now, you're like, this is Austin Powers?
Yeah. Oh, there's so many movies like that where it's at the time it goes over your head, and then you keep watching it, and you're like, oh, there's some subtleties in here.
Yeah, it's like a weirdly, probably like the most subversive movie in that regard, because it's such a ridiculous movie that there's moments that happen like lines that are spoken where you go, oh, this is actually the truth.
Yeah, I've laughed so many times, like in real life, when I was like doing construction, and you have like you're like on a tractor, and you're pulling a trailer or whatever, and it's got stuff in it, and the guy's packed it all weird because you're just like going around a corner of like a job site, but then you go around the job site and there's stuff there, and you got to like back up and go back and forth like this. And it just reminds me of that stadium scene. And then somehow it's just like they must have pulled the walls out so they could put that in, and then brought the walls close together, because there's no way that he could get into that position. Is so good. But we've all been in that scene. It's so relatable and yet so unrelatable because it's over the top.
Yeah, and one of the scene where he runs over the security guy with the steamroller, very funny. That character is played by Mad TV's Michael McDonald. Not to be confused with the Doobie Brothers Michael McDonald.
So what is Is it Spider-Man when that guy that's like skinny has black like slicked hair, and there's like a scene where it's like evil Spider-Man or whatever. It's in New York City and he's kind of like dancing around or whatever.
Yeah,
You know
it's Spider-Man 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. So whenever I see that, I'm like, did they steal this from Mike Myers? Like, who stole it from like 1930s, like Dancing in the Rain? But he has that big, like, everybody kind of has that fantasy of being like the absolute top man ape on the top of the pyramid walking through New York City. And Mike Myers just does such an amazing scene in that beginning where like everybody knows this international, he's supposed to be an international spy.
I think
and literally everybody in the world knows him.
Yeah, I think the joke in Spider-Man 3, because I mean, well, first off, Sam Raimi has always incorporated like very like silly, like comedic performances in his movies. Like if you watch even the first Evil Dead movie, which is the most like horror movie of the Evil Dead series, there's still like pretty funny slapstick moments in it. So I think he was just like doing something funny for Spider-Man 3, and I think the joke is that now that Spider-Man is bonded with this symbiote and he's like embracing his dark side, that what Peter Parker is doing in that sequence is his idea of cool, because he's been such a nerd his whole life.
Yeah,
that his idea of like cutting loose and giving in to his like bad boy side is like disco dancing.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, we've all kind of had, when you picture yourself like being like cool and like walking down the street, you do kind of have a cartoonish, like not in real life or whatever, like when you're when you're in a really good mood and you're just like having a strange delusional fantasy of what like an event that you're excited to go to is going to be like. It's similar to like what Mike Myers, almost like what Mike Myers did and what they did in Spider-Man.
Yeah, I feel that way when I do karaoke. Like anytime I do karaoke, and I just if I do karaoke and it's a song where I just know all the lyrics, while I'm doing it, I'm like, I'm the coolest person of all time,
dude. But I better be careful when I get off stage because I'm going to get swarmed.
Yeah, I'm going to have to be like just batting away pussy.
Yeah,
it's coming after me after this rendition of Neon Moon.
So I mean, I don't know if Steph knows this, but Dalton was doing stand up in New York City for a while. Yeah. So Dalton, when you were doing like New York City, is it true like when you kill, there's just no other feeling in the world like it? Like when you get off stage, you're just like floating on air.
I mean, yeah. Oh, it feels great, but it doesn't translate to enriching your quality of life.
Well, everybody forgets about it right after the fact. Like I remember going to comedy shows, watching like a showcase, and being like, "Dude, that second guy was the best. He was so good." And you're like, "What was his name?" And like, no one knows. You don't. And like,
nobody.
And now you have Instagram. All you got to do is like follow them, and you don't. And
Dude, I've seen comics that I admire. Like I've seen like Dave Attell go up, where I remember it being very funny. And I can't remember a single joke he told. Yeah. So like so I'm definitely not even I'm not gonna remember just like some guy on a showcase. So it's like it was like in the moment, if I'm on a doing a showcase and I do well, it feels great. But the second I get off stage, it's like, oh my life still sucks. And
it's for the audience, it's like there is something to be said. I know that it's like I do believe this, and I know that it's so corny and it's hack to say, but it's like stand-up comedy is something you want to experience live. There's just a different energy in a nice room. Especially, I grew up going to the Comedy Connection in Rhode Island, where it's a tight room with a low ceiling, and the laughter is just like packed in. It's a really good room, and there's just an energy there. I mean, I've laughed so hard. I've seen Lewis do the same act twice there, and just died laughing both times because of the energy. Yeah. And then when you try to explain the joke to somebody, it's like, yeah, it's a hacky bit. It's not really figured out that well, but it's just funny in the moment, and it's funny to watch him do it.
Yeah. I do remember, because there's like some things I can remember from like a really good set. Something that's always stuck out to me is just like a really just funny throwaway thing. that just like stuck in my head was I saw Attell working out material one night at I think it was a Comedy Cellar.
For some reason, I thought you were going to say like working out, like you guys in
I
the
saw
gym.
Attell
I could
at
never
Gold-
picture Dave Attell.
I saw him at
in the
Gold Gym. We were at Gold Gym, and he was wearing jeans
He's
and
got
a
a
windbreaker.
cigarette.
Yeah, he was smoking cigarette on the Stairmaster.
Yeah,
and he's hey, beat it, kid. I'm working out. Getting my
trying to get a
steps
tight
in.
five. Trying to work on a tight five here. Read a kid.
No, he was working out material at the Comedy Cellar, so he had his notes with him, and there was just like a moment where he was like looking at his notes, and he goes, "Here's something I don't really know what to do with yet, but suicide by tiger." And that was it.
Dude,
And that's always stuck with me.
Timing, dude. He was really good in the recent Story Wars that he did. I used to not like him because sometimes when he would bomb, like comedians love him so much that they would laugh in the room. So like Big J Ogerson would just laugh at anything Attell says.
Big J Ogerson.
Yeah, Ogerson. Blue Jay Ogerson.
What are you doing in my swamp?
Yeah. Okay, good.
Yeah.
So Steph, what are you making there? Those are little Elmo butt plugs. What are those?
No, they're little keychains. They're Russian dolls.
Okay, so
They're gonna be.
Are those gonna be for sale on the Etsy store?
Maybe. I think I'll keep a set. I probably sell the other set. I can't contribute much to what.
It's just a random monster, though. It's not a particular.
It's Cookie Monster.
Character. It is Cookie Monster, and it is Elmo.
Yeah, they're not gonna sue me. It's okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
They're not gonna sue me, but I can't contribute on the field of comedy because the only comedy I know is Rodney Dangerfield and the King of Fucking Comedy DVD my dad made me watch all the time. My dad loves black comedians. Like, he loves them.
Oh, I just watched Mark Curry, dude, and I was dying laughing at one of his old specials. You remember him, Dalton?
No.
Mark Curry? Oh, dude, bring some Mark Curry up, dude. It's like, I don't know. It was like hanging with Mr. Cooper around there. He might have even got a TV show similar to that.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I remember him now. Yeah.
Did you send Robbie the?
I posted it in the chat if Robbie wants to hop in.
I'm gonna send it to Robbie and the thing if he wants to hop in.
Dude, I'm kicking myself.
That way, when we're like, what would it sound like if Big J Ogerson was an ogre, Robbie? Donkey, is that a big black donkey cock?
Yeah, you ever fucking gingerbread man?
Yeah, that's him, Big J Ogerson.
Yeah, that's Big J Ogerson.
Ogerson, yeah.
Yeah. You're a dragon. You ever fuck a donkey?
Yeah, that was a weird love story at the end. Like some of that stuff, because it's for kids. You're like, okay, like love is just hanging out and being loving.
Yeah, I don't know if the Shrek movies are necessarily for children specific. I think those are like, for all ages, adults and children.
Yeah,
there's some racy humor, like that scene where they're locked up and they need Pinocchio to tell a lie, and remember that? And Shrek is like, "Well, just say something like I'm wearing ladies' underwear," and Pinocchio says, "I'm wearing ladies' underwear," and his nose doesn't grow. You remember the thing?
No, I don't
So they're like,
that.
"So what? You are wearing ladies' underwear?" And he goes, "What? No, yeah. I'm not." And then his nose starts growing. And you know what? Let's go ahead and let's watch some Shrek 2.
I'm downloading a Mark Curry thing to put in here too, so we can present. I don't remember if this is good, but I really liked him, so I'm gonna guess at this bit. We can decide if this bit's good or bad. This 47-second.
Let's go ahead and watch this scene, this classic from.
See if you remember Mark Curry. Yeah. Okay. So we'll watch the Shrek first.
We'll go ahead and watch this classic scene from Shrek 2. I'm not going to do it justice.
Yeah.
I think it's best if we all just watch it together because it is very funny and it's a little adult humor in a children's movie. So this is good.
Movie time. Cornfed movie. Saturday night movie time.
Let me go. Hey, what about my Miranda right? You're supposed to say, I have the right to remain silent.
It is funny that they hung the donkey like
You
that.
have the right to remain silent. What you lack is the capacity. I must hold on before I too go totally mad.
Shrek? Donkey?
Too late. Gingy! Pinocchio! Get us out of here! Oh!
It's a hole!
This is good.
Yeah, I haven't seen this in a while. This is good.
Shrek 2 is good.
Yeah, I forgot this is the Maya verse too.
Quick! Tell a lie!
Well, what should I say? Anything, but quick. Say something crazy like I'm wearing ladies' underwear. I'm wearing ladies' underwear.
Are you?
I most certainly am not.
It looks like you most certainly am all.
I am not.
What kind?
It's a thong. All right, here we go.
Anyway,
Yeah, so this is PG?
yeah, this is PG.
I get that is funny for a kid though. A little kid
It's a
laughs
thong!
at that. They don't think about it like sexually because they're a child. You know what I mean?
Right.
They just think about it like it's how like Theo Vaughn sending that email to everybody of an old man naked.
Yeah,
with
they
little
don't think
boys.
about like the fetish of an Italian boy puppet wearing ladies' underwear as like
Yeah.
like a sexual kink.
Yeah,
Which
They just think
as,
it's
as
funny.
adults we understand that's the suggestion that
yeah.
it's like a it's like a sex thing for him, maybe for Pinocchio.
yeah. So
I don't even know if I understand that as an adult. I don't know.
Pinocchio is dark.
What?
I was gonna say Pinocchio's dark. That's all.
Yeah, Pinocchio is
Well, not
dark.
because he's Italian, but because
No, it's dark. It's another.
it's a dark thing about a boys going to an island that get
Yeah, well,
corrupted by these creepy men.
Yeah,
It's
well,
really
this isn't because this is a Christian show, so we try to talk
Yeah.
about the Bible and Scripture and God and all that. Pinocchio is another fable about the folly of man's hubris as he attempts to play God himself.
Yeah, similar to Ernest.
Yeah,
Ernest
Geppetto
Ernest.
creates Pinocchio.
Yeah.
And like wills Pinocchio into existence to become like a sentient being.
Yeah.
In effect, playing like God himself. But now Pinocchio himself, as a like sentient puppet made of wood and strings, is an abomination unto God. And the only way Pinocchio can ever know peace and exist in harmony with nature is if he can become a real boy.
Yep.
And I suppose the question therein, could a creature brought forth into this world in such an unnatural manner ever attain the same humanity that the rest of us have? Even should Pinocchio ever transition to flesh and blood? This is also the plot of Bicentennial Man.
Yeah, it's
Could Pinocchio ever?
It's Frankenstein that we talked about earlier. It's Pinocchio. It's all the AI stuff that's going on.
Yeah.
Man is really fascinated with becoming a god and creating life.
Yes.
And yet we have a reproduction shortage. We don't have enough kids, and we're fascinated with
I don't
creating
know
life.
if I buy that. I feel like maybe there's 8 billion people on the earth. We could lose a few. Like if the population
the wrong
declines a
ones.
little bit.
Yeah, we're losing the wrong ones though. It's kind of like idiocracy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what is this? A black guy?
Like that to the police.
Wait, pause.
Why we come up with
So this is Mark Curry. You don't remember Mark Curry?
I remember Mark. Yeah,
Just
I
20
remember.
minutes
I
stand-up.
remember hanging with Mr. Cooper.
Yeah, I watched. Was that what he was on? I couldn't remember.
I think yeah.
Yeah, but I watched his stand up. It was pretty good. I grew up on like watching when it was tough to get like actually like on VH1 in all those places. But I just pulled this random clip up. Let's see if it's funny. Maybe it's not.
Why we talk like that to the police? Why we come up with words we never use? Suddenly we are Harvard graduates when we talk to the police.
All right,
We super
all right.
educated. How you doing, officer? The reason I was exceeding the speed limit was due to the fact that I was trying to get down to the youth center so I could read and educate the kids on the extraordinary processes of the educational system of America. I know it's 3 a.m. I was trying to get a jump on education so I could systematically control my universe so we can control their universe so we can destroy the negative images or stereotypes brought to us by different elements or factors in this universe.
People do be talking to the cops like that.
Yeah. That's some good old fashioned.
I just randomly pulled that up. I watched the 20-minute special that he did, and I did enjoy it. I was in a good mood after I watched it.
Dude, I think I'm getting COVID again.
How are you getting COVID? What are you touching? Where are you going to pick up COVID?
Must have been all the dead dogs at the animal emergency clinic. I don't know, dude. I got a bad sore throat now.
Oh, dude, you could have buried your dog in a pet cemetery. But
he would still be alive.
You missed it. You missed a huge opportunity.
He would have come back. He would come back to life and become violent.
Yeah, dude, you blew it.
Yeah, and then I have to bury my son and my wife.
So I don't get sick partially because I don't leave the house.
Sometimes
I don't deal with
better.
The people outside that can get me sick. I go to the tiny gym that's no one's ever there. So it's just me and like 2 old ladies on the treadmills. And then I go to the grocery store, and the rest of the time I'm either in the woods or in my house. That's the best way to do it, is stay away from the slop of society.
Living like a monastic life is good for like a couple of years, but I feel like I've been doing it so long now, I feel like I'm like losing touch. Like I'm going fucking crazy.
I don't know. I definitely understand that. I'm going a little bit crazy. I was just talking to Broseph Smith about, I'm trying to decide if I want to go to Skankfest in New Orleans. Just chat. Give me a Y. Give me a Y in the chat if you're going down to New Orleans for Skankfest 2025.
So
What the hell is Skankfest?
It's a huge 3-day comedy.
It's the biggest
festival.
comedy party in the country.
Yeah. You want to go, Steph? You want to go with me? I'll pick you up in Florida, and then we'll drive over to New Orleans and go for a 4-day comedy festival.
My parents said I'm not allowed to go to New Orleans. Sorry.
Good answer.
Yeah, her handlers won't allow her to.
I am kind of scared to go to New Orleans. I'm not gonna lie, because I roll solo everywhere. I am gonna probably run into a bunch of the guys there. Maybe Drew Huntley, Kroger, Broseph Smith. They'll all be there. So
yeah, you know the funny thing about New Orleans is it really fucking sucks if you don't drink.
Yeah, I don't. So
it is not. It is not a fun place to be sober.
I do Skankfest sober. I mean, I don't do like I had 2 or 3 beers at Skankfest, and then I drank at the strip club on the last night when some of the comedians at the strip club in the VIP. But for the most part, I don't drink, and I drank more at Skankfest than I had in like 2 full years.
The allure of New Orleans is it's the big easy. Is you tie one on, you get drunk.
Yeah,
you go out, you wander into the streets. You could like take your they have it where you can leave the bar with your drink and just walk around. Like all the drinks come in plastic cups and containers, so you can just like grab your drink and like go walk around.
Yeah, that's cool. I used to do that in Newport, Rhode Island. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, and so it's like it's a drinking city. So to be in New Orleans stone cold sober is like putting on the glasses and They Live, where you see like what it's actually like, and you go, oh, this is bad. This is really fucking bad.
Well, I did Skankfest Vegas 1, Skankfest Vegas 2. I skipped 3 because it was just the same venue, same place. And it was very exciting the first time. And like I'd done the 45 days on the road. I went cross country. I was camping everywhere. I did that 2 years in a row. But when you're at the festival and you're there, I don't know if it's because I'm tired or what's going on. You're excited, but at the same time, you're like, you're kind of in the emperor's new clothes where you're pretending that the whole thing is better than it is the whole time with everybody. And you're like, I'm having a blast and I'm glad that people are here. But at the end of the night, I was like, I just want to be in my own bed and asleep.
Yeah.
I wish I could just be in my own bed and asleep, wake up, go to the show, and then go home, shower, eat, and then go back. Like being on the road in 4 days, the podcasts are rough live. The stand-up's great, but podcast live is rough.
That's funny because I feel like most of the people at Skankfest are like not too enthusiastic about the stand-up. They're there for the live podcasts.
It depends. I like the showcases if they're working. Like I watched, I became like little buddies with Brian Holtzman. So I watched him do his 5 minutes like on 4 different stages at once at different places or whatever, and kind of like move it around. It was interesting. Like he does this thing where he
says the N-word.
He's trying to like he takes the mic cord and he makes like a noose out of it, like he's gonna, and then he makes like a vagina out of it. And then at one stage he had a wireless microphone, and so he was like, he went to go do it and he didn't think ahead, and he kind of panicked. So it's fun watching like
Carrot Top without his trunk.
Yes, people like working on their bits and stuff. I like that part of it. The podcasts were fun, and that's how I randomly got front row for Guys We Fucked, and then Mullen happened to be a special guest that they didn't announce. And then who's on stage up there like doing a bit is Broseph Smith. So that's my first interaction seeing Broseph Smith is
Nice.
Skankfest Vegas 1 on stage, or maybe it was 2, and he's on stage doing a bit with everybody.
Yeah. Speaking of nooses, I got Apple TV Plus.
Yeah.
I'm hooked on this show, Severance. It's good. I was just talking about on Robbie's stream earlier. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
Have you heard about this? Oh, you did. You were on Robbie's stream earlier.
I was on Robbie's stream earlier. We were talking about how good Apple TV is as a streaming platform, and nobody watches it, but Apple has infinite money, and so they're just funneling like billions of dollars into their TV programming. They're like streaming shows.
Yeah.
So there's just all these shows that people don't really know exist that feature like stacked casts that are like very expensive shows. Like they all look really good and they're like really well done, but nobody knows about Apple TV. Like nobody knows what's on there or what's going on.
Oh, they're making unique programming with at one point I think they had a savings account with trillions of dollars in it at Apple at one point.
So Apple just has like infinite capital. Like they have infinite money, and they're just like, for their streaming platform, they're just like spending billions of dollars on shows that nobody watches.
Oh,
they seem like they're all pretty good. And the casts on their shows are like star-studded, where you go, how's there a show that exists with this many people, like famous, like mega famous people in it that I didn't know existed? Because I just binge watch all of this show Severance, and the cast of this show is like the big names are Adam Scott from Hellraiser 4.
Yeah.
In Parks and Recreation. Everybody knows, I think he's not like mega famous, I guess.
So what's Severance about? People quit their jobs and
no,
like, okay,
it's
so how much pay am I gonna get? All right, pretty cool. Thanks. I'm out.
No, it's like a sci-fi show where
I like sci-fi shows.
Yeah, there's this big mega conglomerate corporation called Lumen that just like kind of does everything.
Yeah.
And they have a workforce there at each of their buildings. They have a floor that's the severed floor, where the people that take this job, like whatever jobs are there, have to undergo what's called the severance procedure. They become severed. where the company's developed this like proprietary thing where they perform like a brain surgery on you, where they like implant this chip into your brain.
Okay.
That when
So
you
Twitter in 2 years from now.
Yes.
Yeah. When they're putting Neuralinks in everybody.
Yeah, so that when you go to work and you get on the elevator to go down to where you work, the you that exists just all the time like punches out, and then the severed version of yourself, like the guy that actually works at the place, takes over. So it's like you create.
So you're in your body, but your brain's like asleep, like Fight Club or something.
Yeah. So like from your perspective, like you would go to work, get on the elevator, and then you're getting off the elevator, and it's 8 hours later. So like
yeah, so you don't even remember. It's
you
like
don't
you
know,
just slept. Time passed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just are not aware of
That'd be pretty good if your job was getting railed in the ass or something.
Yeah. But then like
I wouldn't like that because you don't know what's happening to you. You're like in horror for 8 hours, and then you get off and you don't know what happened. You're like,
so you're not too far off.
A little bit sore right now.
You're not too far off because like when the you that's on the outside goes to sleep, and then the office version of yourself takes over, that exists as like a distinct, separate personality.
Yeah.
That is still you, but it's like a whole new personality that only has ever existed in that office.
So let me guess. What happens is it's new technology, and they start getting schizo, and the two personalities start like fighting with one another when they're not supposed to. Waking up. Yeah.
Sort of. It's sort of like the office personality being like its own being.
Yeah.
Some of them start to like are wondering what's on the outside. What are our lives like outside of this? How do we leave here as ourselves that exist in this office?
Yeah.
And so there does become this conflict between the inside versions of themselves and the outside versions. And then the conflict between them and the company itself.
Yeah.
And so it gets into this like really heady, like sci-fi, direction. And it's really like, well, that's intriguing, and it keeps like giving you just enough each episode where you go, all right, I'll be back next week.
I watched. Did you see Peripheral?
No, but I'm
that was pretty good. It's similar to that. It's I won't spoil it on you, but it's basically that, but with video games. Like they lock into a helmet and they go into another world, which they think is a video game at first.
Yeah.
But then they find out they're actually time traveling to a parallel universe. And so then eventually they cause a lot of trouble in that universe, and they come back, and then in the real world they're fighting like those people come to find them in real life.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so it's pretty cool. You'd like it. And there's a hot chick in it as the main character.
Okay.
And Steph, you'd like it too. There's some hot dudes that
I gotta go.
Military.
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
I do love military.
So let's talk talk about the gator you're drawing. What were you gonna say? We're what?
No, you guys are so cultured. I feel kind of retarded. I don't watch any like shows or anything.
I don't watch any that stuff either. So I just listen to Dalton. So those are the lily pads. What are the X's like? Waves in the water?
No, they're gonna be flowers. It's just make them darker.
They're gonna be flowers. Yeah. Oh, they gotta dry first.
Yeah, they gotta dry. That it takes a while. If you just put paint on wet paint, it just moves it around.
Yeah. So you guys should go follow Steph on her YouTube. You're gonna start streaming on YouTube.
Yeah, well, I like stream. Yeah, I am. But the thing is that I don't know. Some people say Twitch, some people say YouTube, so it's kind of hard to pick. I'm not really
honestly.
Sure. I've done both.
I think Twitch might be the better platform for streaming. I just don't know how it works. And I already had an audience on YouTube, so I do all my streams here. But it seems like Twitch is where all the youngsters are and where the money is made.
Yeah, but I've had people also tell me don't even bother if you don't have your boobs out. So, I don't know what's better.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to, I don't want to have to like keep working a job. So I keep streaming and just hope for the best. Oh, that was Sarah's question earlier. Is yeah, how do Dave and I know each other? So yeah, we're both like trying to do schemes. We bonded over our love of schemes.
My schema.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
the big one is crypto. So like Dave does more like low risk crypto schemes. You buy and hold and do all your DeFi and all that.
I provide liquidity and then get paid fees for people that are using the platforms that it's on.
Yeah, and I gamble on meme coins. And
is Sarah still here?
I don't know if Sarah's still here, but I've had success, dude. The funny thing about meme coins is like I guess all of them in the life cycle of a meme coin, in the end, it is just a scam. Like for it to work for anybody, somebody has to be on the other end at some point holding the bag.
It depends. You can turn if they like with the AI agent meme coins that then can like that person could go around and create a project and then keep it going, and then also put some utility. But the utility could just be entertainment. You know what I mean? So like some of the AI stuff is as simple as it's just a duck Twitter account. And as long as like that guy's making money.
It's one of the ones I'm bullish on is Pringle the Duck.
Yeah, and as long as people find that entertaining and stuff, then they keep buying in, then the guy will keep making it. But if the money disappears, then Pringles the Duck disappears.
Yeah.
So, but there's other AIs that are like already starting to work with one another, creating like wallets and coins with themselves to pay themselves within an ecosystem to work with one another. It's crazy what's going on in Web3.
Dude, the schemes are working. $20 from Robbie's third cousin. Streams rule, work drools. Ain't that the truth, man? Yo, dude, my last paycheck at work was like probably the biggest I've gotten at this job. Like I got a lot of commission. I was very happy with it.
Yeah.
And I still was like, I still don't want to do this. Like I don't want to have to keep clocking into this bullshit every day.
So Saturday afternoons, we didn't do it this week, but Troy and I have been meeting and I've been teaching him some Amazon, how to sell on Amazon. Another fan of the show, actually, I won't name him because I don't know if he wants anybody to know, but there's another fan of the show that I've been working with as well. But there's good money to be made on Amazon. And the reason I recommend it is if you get good at it and you get good at wholesale, you can do like one purchase a month and watch that and cultivate that month. And you'll make $2,000, $2,500 a month. And you could do one other one for the next month. And for most people, $2,500 would pay your utilities, your food, your rent and stuff with very little work. So then you can become a stand-up, become a Twitch streamer, become an artist because you're getting that like universal basic income of just enough to pay your bills with that one thing.
Yeah.
And you don't have to go high. You don't go higher. Like I found some sites recently that have like 50, you would have to spend 50,000, but if you could spend 50,000 a month, you would make 47,000 in profit. But you have smaller stuff on there. You would buy it for 2,500. They would take it for you. They would clean it. They would ship it into Amazon. Amazon's going to sell it for you. And you would make, if you spent $2,500, you would make like $2,200 back. And it's stuff like eye pens, like for women that like put eye makeup on, or like facial cream, or like there's just little stupid stuff that people buy that's a utility. You're just buying large quantities of it wholesale, and so that people don't have to.
Yeah, you're doing like a drop shipping scheme.
Well, you ship it to Amazon and they do it. It's not drop shipping. Actually, I want to talk to Steph about this. Steph, you want to make a kids book? You do the art, and I'll write a libertarian kids book.
It depends if it's wholesome or not.
Yeah, it's going to be wholesome, and then we can put it on Amazon Print on Demand and figure out how you get the money for it. And then all you got to do is like we'll put it together, put the art, and then you put it up there, and they you don't have to pay anything up front. When they buy it, they print it, and then they send it to the customer. And then you can buy one and print one yourself. So you would have a hard copy for your channel to show off and like use as an example of your book. with your
I would
Bible.
do it as long as there's nothing in there that's gonna get me in any trouble. I would do it.
No, we'll work on it together, and you can, you're not gonna. I'm not gonna be like, and so kids, then Walt Disney didn't like kids. We won't go into all that. We'll make a wholesome like homeschool book or like a kid's book. It should be pretty easy with all the AI and then your knowledge of art or whatever. And I have
AI. What do we need AI for?
to help design the book and stuff, and then it'll just make it easier to write and like lay it out, and then you can do the art, and then I know how to put it on Amazon and advertise it or whatever.
Yeah. So this is supposed to be a Christian show. I mean, this originally was.
Yeah.
We got to dip into the scripture a little bit. So this is 1 Corinthians chapter 12, verses 1 through 7. Now, concerning spiritual gifts, brethren, I would not have you ignorant. Ye know that ye were Gentiles carried away unto these dumb idols, even as ye were led. Wherefore I give you to understand that no man speaking by the Spirit of God calleth Jesus accursed, and that no man can say that Jesus is the Lord, but by the Holy Ghost. Now there are diversity of gifts, but the same Spirit. And there are differences of administrations, but the same Lord. And there are diversities of operations, but it is the same God which worketh all in all. But the manifestation of the Spirit is given to every man to profit withal. Amen.
Amen. So Steph, see, she just brought the cross. So you're Italian
Brought up my cross.
and Puerto Rican. So you must have been raised with some sort of religion in the house.
Yeah, we're Catholic, but one of my uncles got molested by a priest, and he's all fucked up now, so we don't go to church anymore.
Yeah, that can happen. That's one of the risks.
Dude, Catholicism, you got to get away. It's all about orthodoxy, and especially Catholicism 2.0. If you go to a Catholic church and your priest still faces away from you where he's doing his talking about God behind the altar and you're behind him, that's fine. If your priest just turn around and he's looking at you and talking to the crowd, find a new church.
What?
Because church is supposed to be you were witnessing and joining in on the priest reading the Bible and like speaking and praying up to God. And you were like with them. When they turn around, they focus it on the people. And you can still at the end, the priest usually will get up and like he'll read from the book and he'll say ba 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 ba, and he'll read, and then he'll go through what that means and like talk to you at the end, like communal. But the ceremony that's done in either Latin or Greek or Romanian or Russian, like in or Aramaic and the originals stuff, the priest is always faced away, and then the altar boys were on the side, and they would come in and they would give him the stuff that he needed. But he is like reading and doing the prayers and looking to God, and you're behind him, like doing a sermon, like it was in the olden days.
Dude,
when they turn around, it becomes about the church and the people, and not about.
I always went to churches where a full band would play Christian contemporary rock for like a half hour.
I'm just saying, look at everybody's making fun of me in the chat saying that I'm saying retarded stuff. Look at the world of Christianity now versus when Christianity was like what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but then like a band would play music for like a half hour.
Yeah.
With like acoustic guitars and drums, a bass, maybe some woodwinds. And then
I was thinking about becoming Mormon. Just seems like you make a lot of friends that way.
This is
You need somebody to shake your bed for you, Steph.
Mormonism does seem like a good way to make friends.
Brosha Smith is in the chat. He's an ex-Mormon.
Yo, did you? By the way, speaking of that, what you just mentioned, did you ever watch that show Jury Duty?
No, I don't believe so.
No,
dude. They Truman showed a guy in real life with this show. It was
the one that I remember they Truman Show was the guy that they were going to have somebody get pushed off the roof or something.
No, No, that was I don't
With the
know. Yeah,
mental.
I know what you're saying. No, there
Right.
was a show that came out last like a year or two ago
Okay.
called Jury Duty, where just like a regular guy was selected to be a juror for this trial, and he's not aware that none of it's real. So that like all the other jurors, the judge, the lawyers, the whole thing is a production, and
Okay.
he's the only one that's just some like a regular dude who's
Gotcha.
not in on the like
Yeah.
TV show of it.
Yeah, I remember there was I saw one that was like Big Brother or like the Real World, but there was only one guy in the house and everybody else was actors and he didn't know it. But this is
Okay.
that.
No,
but
this
they're
is
going to jury, but they're going to jury duty.
yeah, and
the criminal's fake, the judge is fake, the cops are fake, the lawyers are fake, but one guy's getting Truman showed.
Yeah, one guy's getting
Yeah.
Truman Show.
Okay.
And like the big joke on the show, like that they pull off is one of the jurors is actually like a pretty famous guy. It's James Marsden is
Yep.
called in to be a juror, and so his character where he's like James Marsden playing this elevated version of himself as part of this production is like, I'm actually, I'm like probably too famous to be on this jury.
Yeah.
And the judge is like, well, does anybody here recognize this guy from any movies or anything? And everybody's like, no. And he goes, okay, you're on the jury,
Yeah.
and even, but then the actual real guy also doesn't even recognize him. He's like, so wait, like, what were you in? And he's like, Sonic the Hedgehog. And the real guy is like, oh, cool. I heard that sucks.
So the guys getting Truman showed, and he'd think they're fucking with him, and then the actors are getting their feelings hurt.
Yeah. He's telling James Marsden, like, yeah, I heard that movie room sucks. But then it turns out the real guy had seen movies with James Marsden that he liked.
Yeah.
So he brings his DVD of Sex Drive for him to sign it at one point.
Oh, nice.
But there's this. So the judge, they have to like manipulate everything so this guy doesn't really have contact with the outside world.
Yeah, you can't have a phone, TV, news.
Yeah, so the judge sequesters the jury where they all have to stay in this hotel. And there's this joke at one point where he's trying to like bond with his fellow jurors. And there's this whole they manufacture this whole plot where this like nerdy juror who's like a Mormon, it has a crush on one of the other jurors who's like a slutty lady, right? Yeah. And they tell, and so the real guy is like trying to help.
Is this going to go back to shaking the bed?
Yeah. So what's funny? So the funny thing that happens is the real guy doesn't know that these are all actors, and he's actually trying to help this dude get with this lady.
Yeah.
And they're having to play along with him believing that this is real, and the Mormon guy tells them about soaking, like the jumping on the bed or whatever.
Yeah.
And so him and the woman agree to go back to his hotel room, and they ask James Marsden if he can come and jump on the bed for him. Like James Marsden, he was in the X-Men movies, he was Cyclops. He's like
I don't. If I saw him, maybe I would.
But what's funny, they do they shoot this scene that doesn't play into anything to do with the real guy. They just go back.
I do. I've seen this guy.
Yeah, they go back to the hotel room and film this scene of James Marsden jumping on the bed while they have sex.
Yeah.
But the real guy's not there. So they're doing this for no. I guess it's just just for the TV show. I guess
the TV show. Yeah.
But it was a really like well done, elaborate prank.
Who's Truman showing who at that point?
Yeah, but eventually they reveal to like the real guy that it's all like
they're having gay sex in the hotel room, and the guy's not even there to see it, and he's like, hey, we got to keep this for the show. We keep this for the show. You signed on for this.
It was a good show, and it was like it was not like exploitive of that guy at all. Like they did it in a way where they made sure that he was never made the butt of a joke or like was treated unfairly.
Yeah.
Like that everything around him, all the people were like absurd and like foolish, but that he was never made to be like
dude, that would break me after what I went through with my paranoia, dude. If I went on a show like that and I was like
paranoid, dude, that's what I thought. Like, if that had happened to me, if you did that to somebody with like schizophrenic tendencies or some sort of mental health
I
issue,
already have trust problems. That would put me over the edge for life.
Yeah, because even if you offer them, because they ended up paying the guy like a ton of money, as to say like, yeah, sorry, we manipulated your reality for the last month.
Sorry, blew your mom up, Ricky.
But dude, if that happened to me, even after I got the money, I still the rest of my life I'd be like, oh, so you're telling me at any moment in my life could just be part of a TV show? Like, I didn't know that I was a part of a TV show for like a month.
Yeah, dude. It's fun. Yeah, every time you go to jury duty, every time you do anything, you go to the supermarket, like anything starts happening weird to you. I start questioning it. Oh, you remember we were talking about awesome guy movies like 2 or 3 episodes ago?
Yeah.
Steph just reminded me of one. Mystic River. Was that the one with the guy from Shawshank Redemption, Sean
was it Sean
Penn and one of the guy, and it was about the 3 guys that are like keeping a secret about being molested from the Catholic priest.
Is that what that one was about?
Yeah, I
or
think
was that was Sleepers? Wasn't
Tim
it?
Robbins, yeah. No, Mystic River was about the 3 guys that. You don't think it's a guy movie, Raphael?
I don't think that's a guy movie. It's a movie with guys in it, but I don't think that's like I don't think it's like you get your boys together and go, guys, we're gonna watch Mystic River.
Okay.
I got queso in the crock pot.
All right, everybody. Joke's on me. No, if that's the definition, you're right. But like, I wouldn't get my boys together to watch Shawshank Redemption.
No, I think that a guy movie would be like Goodfellas.
Yeah, John Wick. John Wick.
John Wick.
Yeah. Mystic. No, not Mystic Pizza. Mystic.
Maybe you're thinking of Mystic.
Get the guys together to watch. What was her name? She was hot back then. The redhead.
Julia Roberts.
Yeah. I've been to Mystic Pizza before.
I'm more of an Eric Roberts guy.
It wasn't that great. You were at what was the one where she played the lawyer?
Erin Brockovich.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah. She was America's sweetheart for many, many years.
Yeah, I just remember 3. Oh, no, 4. She did Ocean's 11 too.
Now
Ocean's 11.
I think as of now, in the end, her brother won. I think as of now, Eric Roberts probably is more relevant and getting better roles than Julia Roberts.
Yeah, it's the problem with ladies in Hollywood is they age out.
Not necessarily. Meryl Streep never stopped working.
She stinks. I never liked any Meryl Streep. That's all Emperor's New Clothes. I've never liked a Meryl Streep movie.
No, Meryl Streep was great. You didn't like You didn't like The Devil Wears Prada?
Never saw it. Not watching that.
Oh, it's good.
Actually, was she in a movie with How Do You Draw a Woman? I think of a man and I remove reason.
No, that was Diane Keaton. That was
right. As Good as It Gets.
As Good as It Gets, yeah.
I'm looking at Julia Roberts.
You guys like Dumb and Dumber?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Hell yeah. I grew up outside Providence. I saw the bugs so much and watched that movie so many times.
Yeah.
I used to watch that movie over and over and over. We had like 4 VHS tapes in my RV, and that was one of them. I was obsessed with it.
Yeah.
I had a huge crush on Jim Carrey.
Oh, he's great. Yeah, Dumb and Dumber, Me, Myself, and Irene. I think now as an adult, I would put Me, Myself, and Irene above Dumb and Dumber.
I just watched Dumb and Dumber so many times that it's like, for the longest time, my buddies and me, that's the language we spoke. We just repeated lines of the movies to one another. That was just all we did.
Yeah. I just saw Sonic the
Just
Hedgehog.
thinking about you're in a bad mood, but you don't know how to express your feelings with your guy friends. So we literally just show up and be like, "Hey, how was school today?" And they'd be like, "Our pets' heads are falling off." And that's literally how we were expressing emotions to one another. We were a little bit. I'm a little bit older than Steph,
I just
we were in
went to
college watching that.
I just went to the theater to see Sonic the Hedgehog 3, and I want I watch those movies for Jim Carrey. He's like the star of those movies.
Yeah.
The Sonic animation, like the all the special effects and the way Sonic looks is cool.
Yeah.
And I like the voice actor, Ben Schwartz. I like that guy as an actor.
Yeah.
I hate the vocal performance of Sonic in these movies.
I'm thinking back. Remember when they released the original? What it was going to look like? And like,
Dude, everybody got so mad.
They flipped the internet over. They all went on. Oh my God.
Everybody got so mad that Paramount actually said, "Okay, we'll spend another $50 million to fix this."
I would love to see that one released, just like for shits and giggles.
They did a funny joke about that. There was a movie that came out on Disney Plus, and I don't know if anybody watched it. It was a Chippendales.
We're talking to the Queen of Disney. Maybe she watched it.
Did you, Stephanie? Did you watch the Chippendale Rescue Rangers movie that came out a couple of years ago?
No, I haven't.
Okay, they do this. They did this. Dave, you remember Chippendales? Not the men's joke. The man.
Yeah, I remember the two little chipmunks. Yeah.
They did.
It's actually
this,
Chip and Dale.
Chip and Dale.
Yeah.
Yes.
They did this like Chip and Dale's movie that came out a couple of years ago. That was like a
if
Roger.
It was, you got me thinking about Patrick Swayze and
yeah, no, that's what
what's his face right now. It's like if it was just pure dancing and skill and body wasn't involved at all, it would be you. But since this is Chippendales, we're gonna have to go.
That's an all. Yeah, I mean that's an all-time sketch.
Yeah, what was it? Oh, what the hell? I'm blanking on. I gotta get more.
Chris Farley.
Chris Farley. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. But they did this Chip and Dale's movie a couple of years ago, where it was John Mulaney and Andy Samberg were the voices, and it was like this Roger Rabbit style movie where it was years after the cartoon that we all watched as kids, and now Chip and Dale are washed up actors. And one is selling life insurance, and the other. I
kind of remember this being promoted, but I didn't think it was like that.
I don't think anybody. It was not that good, but they had a funny joke in it.
It's actually a pretty good premise for a movie.
It was a good premise,
Roger Rabbit style.
Yeah, it was a good premise. They didn't. It was not that good of a movie, but they had a funny joke in it where one of them was selling life insurance, and the other was just like the has-been actor that just goes to conventions,
Yeah.
So all these conventions he's going to, he's surrounded by all the other like.
Wait, he's playing Chip, like they're playing themselves in the movie, but they washed up.
So the joke is that
a life, and he's going solo to sign as just Chip without Dale there.
So the joke is that the cartoon that we watched as kids, those were the actual actors, Chip and Dale.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's funny that only one of them is showing up to the thing instead of them going as a kid.
And the other one is selling life insurance.
Yeah.
And the one that goes to all the conventions, there's all the other like D-list celebrities that are cartoon characters at the conventions.
Yeah.
And one of the big one of the other characters is Ugly Sonic. So it's the shitty Sonic from that first trailer. And they execute that joke pretty well because he ends up becoming like a very important character in the movie. Where by the end you go, I was not expecting Ugly Sonic to be such an integral part of this movie.
I want to watch it maybe just for that. That's pretty funny.
That was a really funny.
It's also
joke.
just funny to me that like you go to like an actor's thing to see people, and you're like, dude, I heard Oh, Chip and Dale are here. Oh, Chip and Dale. Well, actually, it's just Chip. Dale sells life insurance now. He's like, they're both not here. Like, that's
Oh
funny.
my god, I met the actor that played Mini-Me. I don't know his name, and it was like the saddest, most uncomfortable
You met
experience.
Vern
in my life.
Troyer? You met
Oh,
Vern
dude.
Troyer?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. We need to hear this.
Stephanie, that is like a sacred. There's a big time name around these parts.
That was the first.
No, but it was
the Crowder Boys.
But the thing is, it was a con, and it was like no one wanted to see him, so his table was like barren. There was no one in that area, and then you had to. It was really sad, and he was like sick at that time, so he was like, you could see he was unwell, and then I had to pay to go to the table, and then pay extra for a photo, and then pay extra for a handshake. But at that point, I just wanted to give him as much money as I could because he looked so sad. He was just like sitting there by himself, all sickly. It was very depressing.
Yeah,
it was not fun to see.
Yeah, I don't think his life outside of Austin Powers ever went that well.
He got like really sick. I think that he was like very obviously from whatever condition he had, but it was just, and I couldn't believe no one wanted to see him. It was weird. It was at Comic-Con.
I mean, aside from his deformity of being 2 feet tall, I think he was like a pretty severe alcoholic, which is, I think that's what killed him. Like, you know, he was drinking thimblefuls of brandy every night, and for him, that killed him. He was drinking little teacups.
For about $160, you could shake his little hand.
I got something from the celebration. So we're on Cornfed. We're gonna watch Cornfed.
Yeah. Well, hold on.
The past of a clip of. We can just play an old clip after we do this.
Yeah, hold on. Hey, Aji wants to see the picture of Vern Troyer with the butterball turkey. Dude, this this is such a good picture. Yeah, there he is.
he's the goat, dude. I got a clip from when you guys were talking about him on Cornfed about 7 months ago.
Okay. Oh, we'll do a little streamception here. Oh, but first, I do want to address something to the folks who are fans of Cornfed. You might have been disappointed this last week that Sal and I did not do anything. Sal's life is continuing to fall apart. He's got 2 jobs and a family, and so we had trouble like actually getting together to do anything. And then I would have like still done a Cornfed or something, but then I had to put my dog down, and I've honestly been very sad. So
I think everybody understands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so here we go. Okay.
And then they were like, "Oh, actually, I think I gave you Suboxone." And they're like, "Did you put that under your tongue?" And I was like, "It's gone. I ate it."
Nice.
And then what?
And then I was like, for the rest of the night, I was like, "Ew."
I've heard it makes you like really sick.
Yeah, do you remember the episode of Surreal Life when Vern Troyer was he drove his little scooter into the corner and just
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I mean drugs can be fun, but they
rest
can
in
also
peace.
Rest in peace, Vern Troyer. He's 2 feet under. Now listen.
Oh, fucking legend too. My favorite midget easily.
Yeah.
Easily.
Seriously, who's the better midget?
Drugs are cool. Actually, Big Sal looks like a full-size Vern Troyer.
Yeah. Like what?
You look like a full-size Vern Troyer.
I have no idea who that is.
Just watching clips.
Dude, the audience will get it. Hell yeah, dude! I do a good podcast.
You
know who Vern Troyer is?
Yeah.
Was it Jimmy?
Mini-Me.
I think I did a good job editing this.
Austin Powers.
Yeah, this is a good edit.
Yeah,
I know who you're talking
I should
about.
get back into
Which,
this.
by the way, you can't
Both
fucking
sides.
find Austin Powers on any streaming platform.
That's
like,
not
I typed
true.
it in.
And now it's on YouTube.
Bro,
for free.
type
Yeah, now
it in
it
to
is
your
free
TV.
on YouTube now.
Like,
I'll
type it
find
into-
it.
What do you stream with? Whatever, type it in.
I'll find it.
You can't.
I'll find it
Well,
right
why?
now.
I found it in 2
Gotta be a
seconds.
reason for that.
I've been
When I
trying
made
to
this
watch
clip.
it, and it's not on Prime. It's not on Hulu. It's not on Netflix. It's not on. Peacock. It's not on all this shit that my wife buys.
Oh, you might actually have to buy it. Yeah.
It's not on Paramount. Like you could probably get it on Prime. Like if you
I should
buy
make a
it, but I
clip of
couldn't
us
even find it
watching
on
this
my
clip.
phone.
Yeah, you probably just have to buy it. It's worth
Like
owning.
the DVD?
No, just buy like the digital copy. Just have it like own it.
On
digital.
what though?
Like whatever you want, like Amazon.
I can't find it.
You can definitely, if it's not streaming, you can just buy the movie.
That was the challenge though, to find it.
So
yeah, so I
every
don't think it's streaming,
platform.
but you can buy it.
I just typed "where is it" into the
Show
internet
you
when I made this.
Yeah, here I'll show you.
Are you like? Do you have it pulled up?
Yeah, here I'll show you.
Okay, no, I believe you. I just didn't know if you had actually gone through with it.
Look right here.
That was easy.
That was easy.
Here, you can buy it on YouTube. You can buy it on Amazon.
Oh,
There's like
Fandango! No wonder why I couldn't find it.
Yeah, there's a number of you could buy it on a platform and just have it to watch at your leisure.
All right, guys.
I think I would like that. I think
so. That was a clip from Cornfed. You guys should check out Cornfed.
Yeah, dude, check out clips. Check out Cornfed, which I stream with Sal every Sunday, or most Sundays. We
actually, when you guys sign up, this is a little tip. When you guys sign up for Patreon, make sure that you actually go to the Patreon website and sign up.
Oh, that's right.
When you go to the apps and you sign up through the Android store, or especially from the Apple store, they take a cut from there. Whereas if you go straight to the site, then the full payment goes straight to the Patreon or whatever. You can still use the app on your phone to watch all the shows or whatever. It's just when you sign up, make sure you sign up on the actual website so that all the money goes to creators in Patreon and not get a cut through the app stores. So
yeah. And that's the Patreon for this channel is patreon.com/cornfed with Dalton Pruitt. I'll be uploading something there soon to make up for last week was just such a
Did you and Pandatron do something?
No, we haven't yet. I had a bad week, man.
Yeah.
We
know. Yeah.
Well,
everybody forgives you after your story. Go ahead, Steph.
Wait, I have a question. If you guys could do it and make money, would you guys do OnlyFans?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Me? No. What do you mean?
Either of you. If you could do it and make guaranteed a lot of money, I'm just curious if you would do it.
Yeah. That's like
if you were hot girls.
Oh, I don't know. I would have a dumb girl brain then. I would maybe I would if I had a dumb girl brain.
No, I think that's the reason. I think that's the reason. Like so many guys are mad at OnlyFans girls is because it's like this resentment, be like realizing like, oh, I could not make like money doing this. Like this is something that's only accessible for them, and I'm upset that they get to make like $1 million just posting titties. You know,
I'm not upset.
The only guy making money. The only guy making money on OnlyFans is that Australian dude, the Girth Master, and it's because he has like a mutant.
That's not the only people that are making money on OnlyFans.
That is true. By the way, that does illuminate something an interesting conundrum that when all this Israel-Palestine shit started popping off and everybody's boycotting all these companies that
they weren't boycotting OnlyFans.
And nobody boycotted OnlyFans, which is the guy that owns OnlyFans is like directly tied to AIPAC.
Yeah, they give so much to the ADL. They give so much to Israel.
Yeah, and ain't nobody boycotted OnlyFans.
I do. I boycott all that stuff.
I boycott it in my own way by searching the name of someone and then OnlyFans leaks.
Dude, I know a website. I know the whole website where if you just go and put the girl's name in, you get everything for free. So it's kind of crazy that people aren't just doing that. I'm not saying that's right. I don't think you should.
You need to have a pretty big team taking it down. And most of the people, the average creator makes like $100 on OnlyFans. Yeah.
Quinfinite's making good money.
I knew a girl that was an OnlyFans model, and she had to pay like $500 a month for this team that would scour websites and try to get stuff taken down. It was a lot of money to keep doing it.
Yeah. No, I go to Bing.com and I type in Quinfinite OnlyFans leaks. And then it shows me a couple websites. I click on them, and then I get access to a nice sampling of videos from her OnlyFans.
So I quit porn before I knew about this, but Big J Okerson talked about lobstertube.com.
Yeah. Oh, that is.
And I guess
that's
it's
a good
like
one.
it's like an aggregate or whatever, like like you can go there and type stuff in, and it shows you all the sites where all the stuff is. So I wonder if you could go over there and it would show you, and it would come up.
Yeah, I have not been to LobsterTube in quite some time, but I remember that being a good website for finding
so it's a
lascivious content.
It's like a search engine for just for pornography.
Yeah, it's a really robust aggregate where you can search and it'll show you like all the different sources for what you're looking for, like better than like Google or Bing or whatever.
Big J he hasn't brought it up in a while, but he was bringing it up like every 2 weeks for the longest time.
Yeah,
it's a good one. Like I never heard about it. I was out of the game. I was out of the game before that.
Crack Amico says the top lobster tube, quite frankly.
See, what I don't get is why pay money to see just one girl's pictures? I mean, once you've seen her, you've seen her. So why are you giving her $15 a month?
It creates like a
so you can talk to an Indian guy. So Indian guy can ask if you're touching your penis.
No, it's like a psychological thing because it's like it's similar. It's similar to like the FinDom relationship where it's like now that there's been a financial transaction, you have like more of a connection with whoever this person is. So I guess it's like your penis gets harder or something. I don't know.
So here's what I was thinking, right? So I don't really know what they've been up to because I try to stay away from that stuff because it gives you bad mood. It's all about theater of the mind, guys. But here's what I was thinking about it though. I remember when this is like years ago, so it was the same the same audition stuff that I was watching over and over again, and that's one of the reasons I was like, this is dumb. I got to get off of this. So I
love those, like the Bang auditions and the casting couch.
So
there's this one casting couch video with this like innocent looking redhead, but she ain't so innocent.
Well, I can see like if you have like a fantasy that it's like in your head, right, and you're typing it in, and it's not coming up, you could go to an OnlyFans lady and be like, hey, if I were to pay you whatever it costs, what is it, like $20, $100, $200, $1,000, probably some of these girls that are making a lot of money, be like, here's my fantasy, and they'll make an individual porn for you.
Yeah, bespoke.
I can see why that would be addictive to some people.
Yeah. And well, yeah, there's that, but then there's also just like FinDom where guys will just empty their bank account.
I don't understand,
dude. I've done FinDom.
Actually, I do meme coins, so I kind of get that.
Yeah.
I got it. You know what? I just a different way that I give my money to an Indian guy that's typing to me.
Yeah, I've done FinDom. I've gone on Twitter and posted just like a selfie and been like, "You fucking idiot, FinDom pay pigs, give me money," and then I'll post my Venmo, and I've gotten like. I probably made like $100 total doing that. Just like somebody will send me money.
I don't know. Yeah, this was out in the open. Kim Congdon was doing that for a little bit, and she was getting money to her Cash App. I didn't realize, like, I don't get it because I don't know if it's called empathy or what. Like, I can't put myself in the shoes of somebody that would do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a fetish. It's a kink thing where it's like. Yeah, you could. I also don't understand the kind of guy that wants to get his like balls smacked around. But yeah,
but I mean, I'm gonna say I sometimes like today I said I wanted coffee and someone bought me a coffee. I mean that I wouldn't consider that FinDom. I just think that's like someone who's being nice to you. So what makes it FinDom?
Yeah, a pretty woman would think that.
Florida woman,
you know how tough it is for me to get a free coffee, kid?
Yeah, if that's not FinDom, that's at least the appetizer to FinDom.
That's what's called woman privilege. When you're just,
you know what? I was thinking that
for a coffee, and they'll just give me one. It's like, yeah, I gotta.
In the car, I was thinking that because I was coming back from Dunkin' Donuts and I didn't get an extra donut. And I was like, that sucks. I didn't get an extra donut today. Because I'm a lot of times they give you an extra donut. And I was like, I wonder if men usually get an extra donut. Or if that's just like a woman thing.
A lot of the time they don't even give
lady
you.
thing.
A lot of the time they won't even give you the donut you're trying to order. You know, if you're a guy, they don't even look at you. Being a guy is a we carry the weight of the world on our shoulders.
Being a dude kind of rules though in the long run, because eventually one day Steph's going to wake up and she's not going to be able to get free coffees anymore, and her world is going to be shook. We are going to get to a point where we never had it. So when you get I remember during COVID, somebody bought my coffee for me. The person in front of me in line in Dunkin' Donuts bought my stuff for the person behind them. Dude, I was riding high for like a week because some old dude bought my coffee, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, so women get a lot of stuff up front, but on the back end, it can be rough because then you have to deal with the fact that eventually that's not going to happen unless you're when you have a husband and a kid and stuff, then that's different. But I'm saying society, we don't know about Julia Roberts anymore.
No, she was in.
Well, I mean, look at Demi Moore. She was super hot.
Demi Moore is nominated for an Oscar this year. So.
No. But Demi Moore at one point in her life was super hot, young, and now she's got to deal with being the old, undesirable lady in a movie. It does happen. I'm sure it sucks. I mean,
that is the plot of The Substance.
Here's the thing.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't see The Substance, but here's the thing with all these people. It's like you're supposed to build a personality. This is what the Demi Moores and the Jennifer Aniston's of the world bother me, is they're just trying to stay young and beautiful forever. It's like, or why don't you just become super fucking cool as you get old?
Yeah, like that.
As your age fades, get a personality, be nice to people.
Yeah, what's that British lady? She was in the fucking Harry Potter movies, and she's old and fat and ugly.
Oh yeah, the gray-haired lady. I remember them making fun of her on Twitter. She was super hot, and now she's
I don't even know if she was ever hot, but she's a well-respected actor, and she's she played the fucking plant professor in the Harry Potter movies.
I didn't watch Harry Potter.
All right, I can't.
She's mean. She's mean though. She made fun of people for still liking Harry Potter.
Yes, yeah, she did. But but she is such a big personality that's she still gets invited on all those British panel shows that they got over there, and she's a big time British celebrity.
I love the panel shows. That's one of my things. I typed old fat actress that was young and hot into the search engine, but nobody came up. Rebel Wilson came up. Kathy Bates came up.
Sally Struther. Kathy Bates.
Kathy Bates is very pretty.
Christina Alley came up.
Kirstie Alley.
Kirstie Alley, yeah.
Shit, Kirstie Alley was even a little stocky on Cheers. When Rebecca shows up to replace Diane, it's they're bringing in a hefty gal. Now that Diane is going, one with meat on the bone.
Well, you know whose life is gonna suck? Fucking Sydney Sweeney, because she's so hot now. She gets so much attention now. Her life is not gonna be great when that ends.
Man, I'm getting too old, man.
I don't even know.
You don't know Sydney Sweeney?
I know who she is. She's objectively. I get why people are attracted to her. I'm not attracted to her. I see that she's a beautiful young woman. That blondes like that don't do it for me.
You might
I said, no, Jenna Ortega. That's my style right there.
Okay,
Jenna Ortega.
Yeah, so you just like twinks,
no.
Yeah, dude.
There's
a viral tweet.
I like Aubrey Buff. The one that killed her husband, or may have killed her husband. Aubrey Huff. I like those dark-haired chicks like that.
Sydney, I don't even know. I honestly don't know if I've ever even heard Sydney Sweeney speak. I've only ever just admired pictures of her. I haven't seen anything she's been in other than
I've only seen the one where she's crying in the mirror.
Yeah, hell yeah. That's a good one.
Only in the the clips of people making clips of her crying in the mirror.
Oh, is there a conspiracy theory that Aubrey Plaza killed her husband?
They were attacking her online about it. I doubt that's true.
I don't.
It's just because of her characters like that. I'm sure they were in love. Now she can marry Robbie Goodwin afterwards. I think that's the type of girl that I think.
Dude, me and Robbie were joking about that. Like, this is the worst way to find out she's single.
Yeah.
This is like the worst way for her to be single.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like, I hate knowing she's sad. You know.
Yeah, yeah. She's probably waiting for one of you guys to DM her on Instagram.
Dude, she is so fucking hot in Megalopolis. Like she
Never
played
seen that. I should too. I'm Greek. I've Megalopolis. Who's that?
Megalopolis
sounds like my cousin.
It's actually very Italian because it was Francis Ford Coppola's like big passion project. So he sold his vineyard and self-funded it. Spent like $200 million to make it, and it's like one of the most insane movies I've ever seen because it's just like an old director. Unhindered by the studio because he's using his own money to make it.
Yeah.
And he just makes like the craziest thing he could think of. This like idea he had for decades. And
oh wait, I'm kind of remembering some of the clips I saw. I like clips. Steph, you like clips?
Clips?
Yeah,
clips are great.
I went to the theater to see it, and it was a really cool movie. If for no other reason than to see like what does it look like when a director uses his own money and is able to do just whatever he wants.
Yeah.
And it turns out it's a fucking mess, but it was a really fun disaster. I enjoyed the movie. Like I thought it was like good, but it was good. It was good in a way that like I can understand where somebody else could watch it and go, this is a big pile of shit.
I only really saw her in Parks and Rec, and Ron Swanson is like, he's a little too liberal for me.
I think
she
might have been
a little bit more anti-government, then he'd be kind of like me. And I liked her character with him.
I think she might have been literally a teenager on that show.
I liked her. I liked her character. That's all I've seen her in. I saw her on Conan a bunch after that too. But I'm saying I like that she was like. She's kind of like a bitch, but she's very loyal to Andy, and they're very kind of wholesome in her pretending to be mean way, like in that cool thing. And then she's very anti-government and like sinister, or maybe just contrarian against hating work. So she bonds with Ron Swanson. Yeah.
Yeah. That was actually back when before libertarianism became like whatever it is now, this like disjointed disaster online where I guess like
I would say it did feel like representation when he was first there.
It was like Ron Swanson was like the breakout character of that show, and his like at the time his like libertarian thing was just like a cutesy character trait where it was like, oh, look at him, he hates the government.
I was crushed to find out that he was a liberal.
Yeah, in real life, he's a big time like lefty.
Yeah,
but you definitely could.
And it's funny because what's his face is he's like a Republican, but the vegan guy there, the health nut, was actually the Republican right leaning guy.
Oh yeah, the
what's his name? Robert, the old Hollywood guy that's like never ages.
Rob Lowe.
Rob Lowe, yeah.
Oh,
when Rob Lowe comes on the show, he's eating like vegan and making Ron, and Ron's like, oh, this is gross. Like, I want these burgers or whatever. He's like super libertarian, but Rob Lowe's like Republican, isn't he?
I don't think so. I think Rob Lowe is a pedophile.
Well, he is in Hollywood, so yes.
No, I think he like legitimately got in trouble because there was like a sex tape that came out years ago where it was like him and a teenager.
Well, how long ago? Because teenager isn't pedophilia, but long ago.
All right, here we go. This is where people like really start to, dismiss.
I mean, I'm Greek. They came up with different words. It's euphoria or whatever.
That's almost exactly what R. Kelly says in his interview. They said, "Do you like teenagers?" And he said, "Well, how old?"
Well, 18 is legal. 16 is legal in some places. So it's like, He's not trying to incriminate himself. Here's the thing, all right? Let's just say Gad Nabrak task right now. Like it's you don't know somebody's age by looking at them, right?
I can ballpark it.
Can yes though?
Well, I have a teenager or cousin, and she's only 15, and she's really gorgeous, and she looks. I would say if I saw her in the street, I guess she was like 24.
Yeah.
So
and then she gets
I mean, it is hard to
goes into a club, and
All right, guys. All right.
Steph was like, "Hey, I'm going to work for Disney, so let's not whatever." Now Dalton's like, "Hey, don't get Cornfed shut down."
So here's the thing about
it's a comedy show. Loosen up, Dalton. Hey, we're having some fun.
Well, earlier you said you like Jenna Ortega, and that's when I was saying there's a like an infamous tweet about how everyone who likes Jenna Ortega is a pedophile.
Oh yeah.
I agree. All right.
So here's the interesting thing
I
about
have nothing to do with pedophilia, of course.
Here's the interesting thing about meme coins is that, and more people are saying this now. I was saying this a while back, and Craig makes a good point. He says that when I say you can ballpark it, it means if there's grass on the ballpark field, play ball.
I thought Dalton was immediately thinking about ballpark Franks.
Yeah, I do like ballpark Franks.
Pause.
But here's the interesting thing about meme coins, and more people are saying this now. I was saying this months ago that the entire economy itself, for a while, has just been memes. It's a meme economy. Like
we're living in a meme economy.
Stocks are memes.
Yeah.
It's all memes.
Please don't be meme to me.
Yeah. And so with meme coins, I think meme coins can exist as like a viable alternative and maybe even rebellion to the old financial systems, the stock market and all that.
Yeah.
As of right now, they're mostly scams. So rather than getting scammed by hedge funds and financial institutions, you go to meme coins and get scammed by like
they're the ultimate decentralization. Like, so if you started a coin, Dalton, right? And I know it's scammy right now, but if people wanted to support you, instead of going through Patreon and they take a cut or whatever, if they had Solana wallets and you had a Solana wallet up and they liked you, they could support your career. And then you could be like, look, guys, I got a gig and I wanted to do stand up in Ohio, but I don't have the money for the thing. You can literally just crowdsource it and people send money right to your wallet. So you can individually support people face to face without a third party interfering it. So Cornfed could be like, eventually, right now it is whatever, but in the future, it's just like you could be your own bank and society could give you credits of like survival because they believe in what you're working on. Like Crack with his music. Like if this is a meme coin and you go to watch, they used to have it on these sites and Brave has it where you could go to a post or a music video and tip, and you would literally hit a button and money from your wallet would go directly into the creator's wallet and they would make money. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. Crypto's cool. And the meme coin thing is interesting because like there's a lot that are just memes, you know, like where it's just like Pepe, you know, it's just a picture of a frog.
Well, Fartcoin is more than a meme now.
Fartcoin is
a community. It's not about the fart. It's not about the coin. It's about the people you meet along the way.
It's the community, and Fartcoin outperformed the entire history of the stock market.
I think Fartcoin. Last time I looked, it was up at $2. It peaked up at $2.
Yeah, Fartcoin has been holding pretty well. Fartcoin's getting
twice as much as USD.
Fartcoin's getting like legitimate, like big investors. Like you'll see these buys come through where it's like millions of dollars.
Like.
So wait, someone explain to me what happened with the Hawk-Tuah girl and if she's going to prison.
So what she did is not only not illegal, it's actually what happens with meme coins for the most part.
The normies got into meme coins and they weren't ready for it.
They weren't ready for the rug, which is just like just what happens for most meme coins. Like if you're trading meme coins, you have to like factor in that you're gonna just like lose money on most of them because they're gonna get rugged. So I don't think she did anything. I think it was like whoever the team was.
Yeah.
But basically, like somebody develops a coin, like whatever her team was that made it, and then that development team has a percentage of the supply, in like a number of wallets that they own. So like, there's a billion coins, and then they have like. What do you remember what the actual percentage was that was bundled up between?
For them, it was like 75-80%.
That's crazy.
I don't know the insider, so I was using regular Bull at the time, but like 80% of it was in their custodial wallets plus seed things. And then in BullX Neo, you can actually see the insiders who got in around the same time. And so like sometimes you can have a coin that's got like 35% devs and like 50% insiders, which means those insider wallets are probably the devs too.
Yeah,
just bought in on another wallet in the beginning.
Because typically, like if you're looking at a coin and trying to like measure the risk, you know, and you see the developer wallet, if it's like around 3%, that's usually like a good number. That's where like the developer has 3% of the supply.
Yeah, like if they sold at the beginning already and then the community picked it up and it's going back up.
Yeah. So it's just like the fact that the Hawk Tua coin, the developer wallets, like her team's wallets, that they held 80% of it. Anybody who knows anything about meme coins would look at that and go, "Oh, they're going to rug this. They're going to like pump and dump."
So here's the thing. I want to make this kind of clear because I've been seeing people say that Donald Trump rugged his meme coin, which is not true. So a meme coin rug is when a bunch of people create the token, they put it in their own wallets. And then when the money's in there and there's what's called liquidity, other people bought the coin, they sell their tokens to take that other people's money. So Donald Trump's wallet still, the developers and the original seed wallets have not moved. Now they could have had hidden wallets that have sold off, but it's not a true rug until those developer wallets sell to screw everybody over. Now, what a developer can do instead of selling is they can burn coins in their bag, which would create deflation and actually raise the price of people that held and not tank the coin. It's the exact opposite. So what Donald Trump could do, I think they're holding it for 90 days or something. I forget what the contracts are. If he wanted to be smart about it, once people were bought in, he could burn half of those tokens. They would lose whatever their value was. So he would be burning potentially, it wouldn't be millions because as he sold, it would drop the price down, which would mean the next time he sold it, it would be cheaper and cheaper. But he could burn some of those and it would raise the price of everybody's, including his coins that he was holding, which would stabilize the coin. But most times they don't do that. They're just trying to steal 20 bandos and flip you off.
Yeah.
The
Hawk Tua coin, she just did a rug pull that happens every day.
Yeah.
There's a rug happening every minute.
There's 100 of them happening right now.
Yeah.
Where you're going, okay, I'm up 150 and it's worth $0.
Yep.
Let me find the next one.
It happens. It's happened to me so many times where I'm watching it go up, and I'm like, oh, I'm up like $100, and then I put my phone down and go piss and come back and look at it, and it's like I have 16 cents left. Like you see the chart just clipped.
Yeah,
and all my money is gone.
That's why you can't sleep because you have to be watching it 24/7. You can't.
I did get in and out of a scam. Really, I was smooth about it one time.
Yeah,
where I saw a scam on Twitter, went to Pump Fund, put like however much money into it, and then it ran and bonded to Radium, so it like made it out of Pump Fund onto Dexter.
Migrated over to Radium.
Yeah, and it kept running.
Yeah.
Where I think like my total, as I scaled in, my total initial investment was probably like $500.
Yep.
I pulled out as it was running and made $2,000 on that.
Sweet.
Yeah. And then watched it get rugged out.
That feels so good. The worst one is This one you probably had. You make money, right? And then you get out and you're up and it starts crashing. So you're like, idiots, I'm out. I got this money. Then it starts going back up. So you're like, oh, it's going back up. So you buy it.
Oh yeah.
And then it goes
and
down.
then you get rugged. Yeah.
Or dude, it's like Bart Simpson going for the cupcake that's electrocuted.
Oh yeah. Hey, I can tell Heihachi's been hanging out on Pump Fun. Dex paid.
Yeah.
It's also a shitty feeling when you earlier today I doubled my investment on that influencer coin, that link coin.
Yeah.
So I put in 100 and then I was up to 200. So I made $100 on it and I sold it all. And then it just kept running afterward. It got all the way up to like 3 cents. So I bought in at 0.004 cents. So it ran to 3. Like I could have made like thousands of dollars on it. And that also sucks. Like when you look at it and go, oh, I sold way too early.
You have to like kind of walk away. So I was, like I said, I've only done it for 3 days and I was like, I got to get out because I went all the way up and all the way down. But like when I was doing it and I was like, dude, I just made $500, right? If I just could walk away for the entire day and be like, dude, $500 a day is amazing.
That's really good. Yeah.
Yeah. So wake up tomorrow and only go for the best ones with all your filters and ignore everything else. And then you're like, oh, this one looks like a good one. I'll just throw $20, $40 in it just because I'm bored while I'm looking for the other ones and you get wronged. And then the monkey brain activates or the lizard brain. Like you're not thinking anymore. And you're just like, you're just looking for that rush of watching the green line, or the ones where it's going up, and then it goes red, and then it turns to green and goes up, and your heart's going, and your stomach's moving, and you're just watching that percentage. Oh, it feels so good, dude. There's no rush, like, dude, meme coin, dude.
It is not investing. It is straight up gambling, dude.
It is the best, dude. The dopamine hits are like intense.
Between
the dope and the swings between the dopamine and the cortisol is like nothing you've ever done before. Yeah. And then you got the lights flashing and all the different sites that you have to look up the coins on.
The funny thing is, like, the whole market is actually like kind of down right now. Like it's been kind of choppy for weeks now. And when I first got into meme coins, it was a straight up bull market. Like, dude, I was making so much money that I was like genuinely thinking to myself, like, oh, it's like boring how rich I'm getting. Like, I'm already bored with how, I'm going to be so rich funny, so quickly.
It is so funny when you're up and you're like, dude, everybody else in the world's an idiot, dude. Yeah. I'm the smartest guy in the world. I'm probably going to be a multimillionaire driving a Lambo.
Yeah, because I was up like thousands of dollars on very small investments. Like, like $40 was turning into like $1,000. No problem.
Yeah.
And then the whole market just shit the bed one day and it still hasn't recovered yet. So like all that money that I was making, I was looking at my Phantom wallet like, I'm going to be fucking rich soon.
Yeah.
That's all gone.
I do that at the poker table too. I'll go and have a great day and win like 1,500. I'll go back the next day and I'll be up like $200, which is a great 4-hour session of poker. $200, fucking around, playing poker, hanging out with the boys, making $200 for the day, tax free. Just go home, right?
Yeah.
But you're in your mind, you're like, but I made 15 yesterday. So the two, it's the Mr. Brownstone. He used to do a little, but a little wasn't doing, so a little got more and more. So you need to get that hit. And then when you lose, you drive home and you're like, I'm such an idiot. Had I just left at the 200. Like, and sometimes you'll win like 15 and then it'll go down to 12, but now you want that 15. You don't want the 12.
Yeah.
So then you lose it all trying to get $200.
Yeah. It's weird. Cause like when you're like clocking in for a job, if you're making like $30 an hour, that's like decent money for anybody. Yeah. That's like, you're not rich, but that's certainly a lot better than minimum wage.
Yeah.
And so if you're making $30 an hour at the end of an 8-hour day, that's what, $240.
Yeah.
And to like, as if you're just used to working, you go, this is good money.
Yeah.
Whereas on meme coins, if you throw in like $30 and then it turns into like $240, you go, when is this going to run? Like, I'm not making any fucking money today.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you could just pull out and be like, hey, I made 240 today, wake up tomorrow morning and only go once a day with the really good ones, you could definitely do it. But your brain activates.
Yeah, it switches
the
on like the
demons
gambler in you.
Yeah, the demons take control.
If you make $300 a day on meme coins, that's over $100,000 a year.
Yep.
Like if you can contextualize it that way and discipline yourself and know when to stop. Like whether if you're up a good amount, stop. And if you are down a certain amount, like be disciplined enough to cut your losses for
There's
that.
Got to be a meme coin song like to Kenny Rogers, the gambler. It's like, gotta know when to pump them.
Because that's
know when to sell them. Know when to walk away.
Know when to rug.
Know when to rug. Dude. We gotta write a song called "Know When to Rug."
Yeah.
But we need Robbie to do an Indian accent for us.
Yeah, because that can really fuck you up. And this is goes back to even stock trading. This is like trading discipline. Since the fucking the trading places and the pit trading is like knowing when to like just call it at a loss to say I'm losing today. I've lost this much money. I have to stop for the day. I'll come back and rebound tomorrow. Because like what can happen, and I'm talking.
You just start jumping into anything.
Yeah, what you start doing like what they call revenge trading, where you go, I'm going to win it back, and then you just keep losing money.
Yeah,
and you just blow up you fucking ruined your entire account, and you go, all right, well, I just lost all of my money.
Yeah.
So
you guys should have been stockbrokers.
Yeah,
made a lot of money.
Dalton and I would have probably jumped out of a building if either of us were ever stockbrokers. If we were in charge of a hedge fund, we don't have the personality to be doing that.
Dude, it's funny what actual investing is, because like what we're talking about for almost everybody, this is just gambling.
Yeah.
Like I saw a guy who made a good point where he said if you're doing what you think is investing and you don't actually have assets, you're just gambling. He said real investing is like to if you're trying to invest as like a private investor at like Goldman Sachs, their minimum for like a private client is like $20 million or something.
Dude, fuck the system. They don't care about us. We're memeing coin into the top.
Yeah, well they don't, because the fact that like Goldman Sachs and what's the other big one, JP Morgan.
Yeah.
The fact that like their minimum, if you're going to be like a private client investor with them, is like tens of millions of dollars. It's like, okay, well then investing is not designed for us. And a 401k is not investing either.
No.
Like a 401k is a straight up scam where your job that used like back in the day would have had a pension for you now just says like if you put money, like we'll match whatever you put in the 401k.
Yep.
And then that money is just play money for the actual financial institutions. So it's like connected to the market. So you're putting in all this money in a 401k over the years, and it's not entirely stable. So this 401k you have could go tits up.
Yeah.
Like you could that because you're just giving your money to another like firm to play with, and you just hope that it's going to go well. But that you could lose that.
DeFi is doing pretty well right now, which is like supporting these decentralized banks online with their funding. But it's a little bit different type of investing, and there is a little bit more risk. Yeah. Hey, why don't you tell us about your investor? Tell Dalton about your investment plans while I use the restroom.
Oh, Beanie Babies?
I have no investment plans. I have like 10 cents in savings.
Hell yeah. That's about what I have. I do what?
No. You go.
Oh no, I was saying like my net worth is negative. Like I have more debt than I have like actual money. I'm just I just don't like what are they gonna do? Mail me a letter?
Yeah, I mean when collectors call me, I really don't. I just don't care.
Yeah.
I mean, I should care, but it is what it is.
Yeah, and everybody tells me, they go, well, if you have bad credit, you can't buy a house. And I'm like, I'm not trying to buy a house. You know?
Yeah, but I kind of got fucked with bad credit recently, though, because I'm stuck in this, like, super expensive apartment because I can't get a cheaper apartment because I can't apply and get it with bad credit. So it matters, but, like, it is what it is. You always find a way.
Yes, and that, yes, life finds a way. That's the truth.
Yeah, I mean, I should worry about it more, but I don't worry about it. I mean, I don't think I'm ever gonna be homeless, so I think I'll be fine.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out.
No, because I was almost homeless. Actual homelessness is like due to mental illness. It's like if you lose the ability to actually like function in any way, like any meaningful way with the world. That's like how you become homeless. Just being broke is you know, you can be broke and still have a roof over your head. To get to homeless, you have to be like out of your mind.
My neighbor just got evicted, and I don't even know this woman. Her cat was missing. I was trying to help her. I knew her for like 2 days. She just got evicted, and I felt bad for her. And then, but she kept asking me a bunch of favors, like more and more and more. And I moved all her stuff helped her move all her stuff to storage units. And then she texted me this morning that she can't pay for the hotel she's in. And I'm like, then why the fuck did you just get 4 storage units you can't pay for?
You really?
I don't even know this woman.
You need a male conservatorship. You shouldn't be hanging out with homeless men.
I wanted to help her find her cat. She had me in her house doing her dishes. I was like, I don't know you. But that's what happens is some people, they just can't stop asking people for favors, and then they have no one in their life to help them when they do get in bad situations.
Yeah.
But also,
or wholesome, sweet girls like you get taken advantage of. That's why you need to run to a male conservatorship for
my mom told me I had to stop messaging her because she kept asking me for things, and I felt bad.
Dude, really poor people do believe that there's like a poor perk or something that exists if you're just like really poor. Because this job I have, like I work in sales, but I'm in the department I'm in for the company I work for is like the poor people department. So it specializes in like low income, right? And
low income, Mr. Dalton. How are you doing today?
Yeah,
that was kind of
and there are people, dude. There are people that call me that will, they'll be asking for something, and like whatever it is they're trying to get, I'll look at their account or whatever, and I'll have to tell. There's like certain people I have to tell, like, you're not eligible for what it is you're asking for, and they'll just.
You're not eligible. Can you put eligible on the phone for me right now, please? Where is eligible?
Dude, I had this conversation like 5 different times a day where I told someone, I say, you're not, unfortunately, you're not eligible for this, and they just would keep going. But I'm low income, and I'd be like, that's great. No. You're not eligible. And they go, but I'm on a fixed income. They just would keep saying these things as if like at some point I'm going to go, oh, I forgot to activate the broke as fuck perk on your account.
Yeah. I don't kind of blame them because they've kind of been like Brad over the past like couple of years, like not like 4 years. And then we had COVID during Trump. And then before that, where the victim card was getting paid a lot of money. Like you just hit that button and you got money for the victim.
Wait, but listen to this. The woman that was helping. I can't talk to her anymore. But she's 47 years old, and she was telling me that the reason she can't pay her bills is because she has anxiety. She's fucking 47.
Join the club.
Like,
we all
what?
got anxiety. Yeah,
exactly. She wrote a letter to the complex asking her to not evict because of her anxiety. And then she's a hoarder. I mean, I went in her place and it was really bad, which I feel bad for. I know it's a mental problem. But then she's like, I think I'm this way because my mother was just so clean. And I'm like, you're 47 years old. It was like so sad. Like some people just never stop blaming other people and like dumb shit for their problems. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah. I called Synchrony Bank recently, and I said, "Look, I know my credit card.
All these names, Synchrony, get your ass in the house."
Yeah, I told Synchrony Bank, I said, "I know my credit card is months past due, but you have to understand,
Yeah.
I'm really nervous.
Yeah, I have anxiety.
I'm on Xanax.
You don't understand. I'm in diarrhea coin pretty deep right now, and it's giving me a lot of anxiety.
Yeah, I had to tell Synchrony Bank, I go, look, I get it. It's delinquent. You're going to sell it to a collections agency. I'll have this conversation with them, but let me, try to appeal to your better
You guys
better
are really hurting
nature,
my feelings
Synchrony
right
Bank.
now. You guys are hurting my feelings because I'm poor.
Yeah, let me try to appeal to your better nature, Synchrony Bank. Have you taken into consideration that I do take Lexapro? So
this lady told me she should be getting a social worker and SSI because of her anxiety. And I was like, I felt like I was on another planet. That's something that you say when you're 19. Fucking crazy.
So this is going to sound like insensitive, but like, you know how we always talk about like open borders, right?
yeah.
And with this
I'm more
idea
of a Barnes and Noble guy.
With these with these open borders, it's always about like people coming to America for like opportunity or whatever, which is like free handouts. I'm all for open borders, but they should be both ways. So like this lady that's like living in Steph's community, maybe she needs to swim to Cuba. Like she can't hack it in the United States. Maybe she needs to go someplace where wherever skill set she has would be worth it in that community. And so I think there's a lot of people in the United States that should be going to other, like maybe even me, like maybe I'm supposed to be in a third world country right now, being a warlord or something. Maybe that's where my skill set is, but the free market isn't guiding me there because of all the subsidies, you know?
Right.
Well, this lady couldn't do that. She can't move because she's probably too fucking anxious to go.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I mean, I encourage everyone to like try and fleece as much money as you can from the government, but like if your only source of income is government subsidy, you kind of have to like make peace with the fact that you have to live a certain life. Like you're not going to have access to a lot of the luxuries and comforts that the rest of the world does. Like dude, it's crazy. Like the fucking people that call me all day and they'll owe like $600 or something. And they'll try to like just like tell me like, well, I'm low income, and I'll be like, I don't know how you think anything works.
Yeah.
I've owed a lot of money to a lot of companies before, and guess what? They stopped like doing business with me because of that.
Yeah, and not to dox Dalton, but like I'm not going to say anything that you have to worry about Dalton, but I'm just saying he doesn't work at like the gas company, the electric company, where he could be like, look, I'm low income, so you can't turn off my heat and my daughter's going to freeze. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. So like playing the low income cards, like, okay, thanks. But like, you still owe money.
Yeah.
Like you need to pay money for stuff.
But what pisses me off, I would watch these YouTube videos of people getting evicted. I know that's like fucking sick, but I watch them. And when the guy goes in there, they're like, the guy asks him what they pay. And after Section 8, they're paying like $50. And there's multiple adults in the house and they can't pay $50 a month. What the hell is going on?
You can buy houses with Section 8 now, which is really pissing you off. And if you're a millennial, you should be furious. They're allowing people with Section 8 to buy houses, and your tax money's paying for it.
Yeah, Section 8 is a pretty sweet scheme, dude. The company I work for. I don't want to give too much away. I won't get in trouble now.
It's a dick sucking factory. It's like the #1 dick sucking factory on the internet.
Yeah.
You can look it up.
There is like a program at the company I work for where you can get it. One of the services we offer that's like a bare bones version of it that for the longest time was $10 a month.
Just sucks the tip. You just suck the tip.
And then in December the company adjusted that service to where it's a little bit better and it's now $15. They raised the price of $5, $15 a month now. So now a big part of my job each day, like now I'm getting more calls where it's somebody calling me because their entire budget, like their finances have been shattered because their bill has gone up $5. Like they're fucking furious and telling me when I signed up for this, it was $10.
Yeah.
Now it's $15. I want to talk to your supervisor. And I'll be like, First off, no. There isn't one for you to talk to.
You're talking to them.
Yeah, you're talking to them.
We're in a meme coin economy right now. This is decentralized communications.
Yeah.
You're talking
Secondly,
right to the banker right now.
If five, like, I get it. It's not nothing, and it's $5.
Yeah.
If this is completely decimating your finances, you have so many problems then that need to be like, this is crazy that you're yelling at me about $5.
It is frustrating though. I use QuickBooks when I first got it. It was $10, and then it went up to like $14.99, then $19.99. Now it's $25, and they don't give you any warning. It's just the payment got pulled, and now it's $25 like a couple years later. And there's a problem for the past 2 years with the app that they haven't fixed, but there's just not a good competitor for tracking your bills and everything for a business. And so when it goes up, I make decent money. So I'm like, all right, I guess I have to pay $25 because I'm too lazy to find a competitor. But at the same time, there is a part of me that's like, what the fuck? This is bullshit. Like, you got me by the short because I can't go to another one. So if I was a low income person, and that's like $5 times 12 per year is like probably ends up being a lot of money. I feel rage, so I can see how they're getting there when they don't have the money.
There's people that get this like cheap service. Even when it was $10 a month, they call me and be like, "Why ain't this working?" So I pull up their account.
I thought I was going to try to do an Asian. I'm just trying to do an Asian. Terrible.
No, they'll call me and be like, "Why ain't my service working?" And I pull up their account, and they have not paid their bill in fucking months, dude. Like, they somehow on a $10 a month service, they owe like $600.
Yeah, Chinese lady.
Yeah, and I have to,
Chinese lady.
I have to have this like awkward conversation where I'm like, you have to be aware. You have to have been getting notices that your bill was late, and it was late again, and it was late. Like, you have to have been made aware of this at some point.
Don't they tell you like, oh, we don't? They sign up for paperless to like get a discount, and then they don't know their email.
I guess there are people that do that as well, where they sign up for paperless, and I'll go, well, we would have notified you by email, and they go, oh, I don't check my email. I'm like, okay, well, now you owe the company $700.
Yeah.
So if you want to continue receiving this service, you need to pay me $700 right now.
Talk about scheming. I saw a YouTube video. It was basically a guy ratting out somebody on TikTok, and it was a lady from a community, we'll just say. And she was saying what you do is you run the bills up, and then she calls the credit card companies or the credit bureaus and says, hey, my identity was stolen. This is not me. And she knows the numbers to say or whatever. And she's like, yeah. And so because of this, and this, there was a data breach with this. I got an email alert. You have to remove this because my identity was stolen. And then it has to be done in 4 days because of whatever. And she was just basically saying that she does this over and over again. She runs her bills up, and then she calls the credit bureau, says it was identity theft, and gets them wiped off.
Hell yeah, that's a good scheme.
Yeah, it's fraud. It's federal fraud. And she was reporting it on TikTok, but I was like, interesting. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I love those TikTok like hacks where they go, you probably don't know about this, and it's just fraud.
Yeah, you probably don't know about this. If you bring a gun into a bank, you can hold it up and they'll give you money. You can point the gun at the teller and they'll give you free money.
Remember the big one remember that big Chase Bank thing where everybody was like
just infinite money glitch?
Just like cashing hot checks. They were just committing check fraud. Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, people are the best, dude. I love when they put it on social media, you don't know if it's a joke or not, but they make it sound like it's like the Chipotle app scam. Oh, you know, on Chipotle, how you can dissect it and say, I want a tortilla on the side, extra rice, extra beans, and it comes out to $3. I got one similar to that. You write a fake check for $10,000 to Chase Bank.
Yeah,
and then you deposit.
I love the ones that are like the black excellence, where it's like some black like businessman.
Oh yeah,
like,
I watch.
Here's what you want to do: you open an LLC, and then you get a management company for the LLC. You open then you want to get 2 LLCs and get a trust, and he's just like naming all these different things you do, and then you realize like he's just describing like an elaborate fraud.
Yeah, the one that I saw this morning, I literally saw this morning, and I watched this Italian tax attorney, Dana DeLuca, I think is her name. So she watches these videos and debunks them. But the guy's like, so what you do is you open up a trust, and underneath it you have an LLC, and then on that LLC you can call in and get an EIN. Then you can call 2 different whatever and get $300,000 in credit. Then you take that and they'll let you transfer it into your bank account. Now you got $300,000. It's like, but you have to pay the American Express cards back. You don't actually have a business. You've committed fraud, like telling that you have a revenue that they would even give that extension to you. Like
sometimes it works because everybody that got those PPP loans during the pandemic, I don't think anybody has been made to actually pay those back. Like those all got forgiven.
Yes, but not the EDILs, which is the fucked up one. The small business people, because I follow this online because I was really close to getting one during the thing, and there's a lot of people did. The EDIL loans, they're only like 3.5% interest, but people took out like mortgages because they couldn't run their business because the government wouldn't let them, because like you can't have a mom and pop grocery store, but Whole Foods could be open. So they took out these loans, and now they're still paying these loans back after the fact. So their business was in collapse, and they couldn't take those, and those weren't forgiven. Those people are still only. Steph, what are you painting there?
Oh,
a piece of
a
gum?
little worm. No, it's going to be a little worm for a zipper pull.
Okay.
$20
from Dan Mullen. Matthew 5:4. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Amen.
Amen.
Are you guys actually Christian? I'm very.
Thank you for the super chat, Dan Mullen. Appreciate it.
Yeah, please give me money.
I'm not practicing like where I go to church or anything, but I like Christianity.
Yeah,
Jesus is my homie.
Yeah, I went to
down
church
with Jesus Christ because he's my.
I went to a few church services like the first time I got out of the psych ward, and I realized that it's something that like helps ground me. Like it's like a good like guiding North Star for me. It keeps me like my feet on the ground.
Yeah.
As I have been dealing with turbulent mental health issues that that's all getting better. I mean, I am, this last week has been tough,
Yeah, everybody. This is why I think the Saturday night hangs are good. Everybody's,
but I think like
understanding of what you're going through.
I think in the past, like something like what happened would have like I would have like gone into a spiral, like where I would have like legitimately went nuts.
Yeah,
I think like what I'm dealing with now is just like the same thing that anybody would deal with, which is just the grief that comes with losing a beloved pet.
I think for me, at least, I was just unprepared, emotional, and no one was there to support me when I was going through stuff, like when I was younger. So I wasn't prepared for my emotions. So when I started going through them on my own, I didn't really recognize them. So now you're at the stage where you're like, okay, yeah, like I'm going to have all this stuff because my dog died. Let me recognize what it is. And now it's less scary when those chemicals are being released and you feel that way because you're like, it's natural to feel sad. It's not going to, this too shall pass. It's natural to feel sad after a pet passes. When in the past, you kind of feel this thing and you're like, what is this? I don't know what this is. Am I going to be like this forever? When you're not like comfortable with the emotions, it's kind of something to do with the dog, but you haven't like explored it before or like gone through it. Like kind of like when you go through your first like big breakups and stuff.
Yeah.
Like I was a psychopath when I was young and I was going through my first breakup. And then you get older and you're like, okay, you cannot do crazy stuff like that. Like,
dude, you know what sucks is when you have to put a dog to sleep, you have some options where
I heard if you tickle his balls, they'll fall right asleep.
That's one option.
Yeah.
You have some options where the vet, the doctor will be like, we could just go ahead and do this for you, and you don't have to, you could just leave.
Yeah.
Or if you want to be there with him, we'll bring him in.
Dude, that's so brutal. Did you stay there?
So it's like a 2-part injection.
Yeah.
Where the first injection is the one that like puts him unconscious, is just like the Michael Jackson drug.
Yeah.
It's like propofol.
Yeah.
And then the next
break dancing around the room.
Yeah.
Touching all the little puppies that he saw.
Yeah. And then the second injection is the lethal one. And so I wanted to be there with him for like at least the first, and like I was like, I don't know if I can. I don't think I should be here for like the one that kills him.
Yeah,
but I do want to.
Dude, that's brutal. Just thinking about that's making my stomach turn.
Yeah,
like, I can't imagine you going through that.
Yeah, and I was like, I want to be here with him for like, when you do the initial injection, I want to be able to say goodbye to him.
Yeah, but after the first injection, he's going to feel good.
Well, because he was like very badly injured.
It's the Michael Jackson drug that just makes you feel like you're moonwalking, like you feel really good.
Yeah, but
it's the Prince Michael Jackson.
The thing is, he was like really badly injured. So when we took, like when I brought him to the clinic and they did the exam, the first thing they did was pump him full of painkillers like right away.
Yeah.
So when she brought him in for the injection, the propofol and all that, I don't even know if he was like how conscious he was at that point, because he was already he had so many painkillers in the system that he was like, his eyes were open. One of them was like falling out.
Brutal.
Yeah, he got like, I don't know how much I should. He got bit by a bigger dog.
Yeah. So
he was already like an old, feeble dog, blind in one eye, and the bigger dog was eating his food, and Gizmo was, like old dogs just kind of wander around all day, confused and melancholic. They're just like stumbling around. So he was just like wandering around. I guess he got too close to this other dog's food bowl, and that that dog, like for the most part, is pretty friendly. But like dogs with food, they're like primal thing kicks in. They get territorial.
Yeah, a lot of people will take puppies home and accidentally put their hand in between the puppy and the food and get bit.
Yeah,
just because it's a primal.
So this bigger dog, like Gizmo wanders near him, and this bigger dog just like instinctually just snaps and bites him. And
was it a family dog? Where was your dog that he's getting around strange dogs?
These are like dogs that I have.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, and it was just a bad, accident where Gizmo wandered too close to the bigger dog.
Yeah.
And the bigger dog is like still young, and I don't know if there's any way to train that out of a dog, like that territorial thing. I think you just have to like make
don't tell too much. We don't want people to know that you're fighting dogs.
Yeah, I think it's just that you have to make sure where they
Yeah.
I think you have to make sure that where they eat is not like anywhere where that could happen.
Yeah.
So the bigger dog like bit him just instinctually because he's guarding his food. Mm-hmm. And now Gizmo is like very horrifically injured.
Yeah.
And so I gotta like rush him to the emergency clinic, and knowing that like he's not gonna survive. This isn't something where I'm gonna like try and have him get the surgery and survive. I'm taking my dog to get put down now.
Yeah.
And so he was injured bad enough that they rushed him to the exam room, pumped him full of painkillers, and then when they brought him out for the propofol injection, I don't know if he was even conscious at that point. Like, his eyes were open and his like tongue was hanging out, but he had just had such a horrible like 2 hours prior to that. I think he finally, like, with the painkillers and everything, might have finally just like fell asleep.
Sorry that I laughed. I was just thinking his life got rugged.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's the thing is like he was nearing the end anyway. It's just that there was a lot of like care and attention given to him to ensure that his last like years, like however long he lived, would be comfortable and that he would get to pass gently. And the fact that it was such a like violent and like chaotic death where he was just like hurt and confused and probably like was wondering like what where's my like mama, where's all the people that love me. I'm in some fucking like cold exam room and I don't know who any of these people are.
Yeah,
that sucks.
I don't know. I wouldn't anthropomorphize it too much because I don't know if dogs are having that thought process as much.
I don't know.
They might have a system where he kind of knows he's getting up in age and he's like ready to pass. You know what I mean? He's not like
he was definitely.
He's like, I could have been in that Lassie 2 movie. I could have been in. I saw that movie where the dog was playing basketball. That could have been me. I don't think.
He was definitely miserable.
Like
the last 2 hours of his life, he was in a lot of pain. He was hurting. But they got him in pain, and so I wanted to be there to say goodbye and just make sure I got to, be there with him. I was there for the first injection, and then I was like, I don't want to stick around for the one that kills him. So
no, that's brutal. Yeah,
but it is like an image that is pretty haunting. Like them bringing him out, and he's all like, "This is the last time I'm going to see my dog," and then like seeing them inject them, and like I had to like say like the finality of it, where it's like, this is the last time I'm saying goodbye to my dog that I've had since I was he's 17, so he's like a family member, it was it was rough. It's been a tough week, but I don't know, man. That's life.
When I was like 16, my dad was away on business, and my sister's cat died. And my mother was like, your sister's not home yet. Her cat's dead. I need you to go get it because your father's not home, and put it in a shoebox and just keep it outside so she can come and like talk to it when she gets home, and then you got to bury it. So I was like, all right. So I grabbed a little trench shovel, like my dad had from Vietnam, the ones that like unscrew and they could fold down to dig trenches a straight up, like a small shovel, not like a big one. And I went and grabbed it and I put it in the shoebox. And that was like the first time I understood like dead weight. Because I was like, when you lift a cat and you're playing with it, it's like it's moving around, it's lifting some of its own weight for you. When I picked the dead cat up and you just felt like that weight and put it in the box and then carrying it, I was like, it was turning my stomach, and I was like, oh, man, now I got to tell my sister is 5 years younger than me, so I'm like, now I gotta man up and go tell my sister her cat's dead and like bring it to her. But I remember bringing it over, so I can't imagine like going through that with with a dog.
Yeah, it sucked, man.
But
that's life.
Yeah, I think that's a normal story. I grew up in an immigrant household.
The funny thing about life is that if you live a good life where you live long and you stay relatively healthy and you get to experience all the life that there is, part of that is just also like you have to experience a lot of loss along the way. Like as you live, like people and animals and all these things you love, there's gonna be a lot around you that does die. And it's just like that's the unfortunate thing about living is you also have to contend with like the death of it. And,
I always knew people died because my brother died when I was 13, so I feel like I've been I'm definitely not lucky in that way, but I feel like I appreciate life a lot more because I experienced loss earlier than a lot of people.
Yeah. I see you mention that. I don't usually bring that up when we're online. It's I don't think anybody's upset with Dalton that he that you missed the shows or whatever this week. And you could picture, all dogs go to heaven, Dalton. He's probably up there actually running with wolves now, instead of being a human. When you turn back into your original form, not into this abomination that humans bred you into. You get to be a wolf in dog heaven.
Yeah, it does suck that like the best case scenario with any dog, like if everything goes well, it still ends with you having to take him to some kind of vet to have him put to sleep.
Yeah.
That's like the best. That's like if you do everything right and your dog lives a long, happy life, it still ends with like he'll get sick enough at one point that you go, all right, it's time to say goodbye to him. You know?
My buddy got a pet tortoise so that he wouldn't have to watch his pet die.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually it got so big that it was like destroying his house. So his wife made to get rid of it. So they had to bring it to a zoo and donate it to a zoo because it would scrape its he had to keep filing down the shell, but it would scrape its shell like all over the baseboard of like the doors and stuff. And his wife's like, you can't keep this house. Like the kids love it. You little jizzler.
Yeah, I saw that. The jizzler.
So Steph, you're familiar with the Costco guys in the Rizzler?
Yeah, I like them.
You like them?
Yeah.
You're
I
still
like
on the
them.
ride? I don't know where
I think they're
anymore.
I think they're cute.
I didn't like him at first, and then I really liked them, and then I thought I was in on the joke with them, and I liked them more. But now it's kind of like I don't know if I'm just done with them or like I'm starting to see through. I don't know where I'm at with them anymore.
Guys.
I don't know where I'm at with them anymore. I do love watching them go on Fallon and watching his brain break because he doesn't understand why they're famous. That really.
But
That gives me a
see, I don't think it was started with bad intentions. I think it's a dad hanging out with his kid, which is a good thing. I mean, I don't think it was started to get super rich, so I don't think they did anything on purpose, like in a bad way.
No, the father was trying so hard. There's old school videos of him. There's him pro wrestling. He was doing making every video from the dawn of time. So
well, at least he's hanging out with his kid. I mean, a lot of parents aren't. So.
I do think it's wholesome. I do think it's wholesome. And you know, we're not going to attack Italians with you on the show. We know.
Aren't they Jewish?
The mom is Jewish. Yeah.
I can't tell you how much that just warms my heart that you're racially aware, Steph.
What is this?
Brought a tear to my eye there.
Hold on. There's a meme coin that bonded 5 hours ago.
The mother is Jewish, so it's a matriarchal thing. So the kids are half Jewish, and the father's Italian. Yeah.
I wanted to be Jewish so bad when I was in college because there were so many Orthodox Jews by me that I'd purposely try to dress like I was like Jewish. Like, because there were so many Orthodox Jews that I bought like long skirts and like I would wear like t-shirts over long sleeves. It was humiliating.
Yeah,
but I loved.
Was this when you were in New York City?
Yeah, I lived right on the bridge. I lived on Delancey Street, so I lived on the bridge. Like there was a bridge right there in Brooklyn, and so there were always Jews coming over, and I just thought they were so cool looking, and I wanted to be like them. But the funny thing is, when I get on the bus and I'd sit next to the men, they'd all like have to get up and scatter.
Did you ever get to go in the tunnels?
No, unfortunately not. I wasn't invited.
Did you know the Rizzler's related to Bill Maher?
Is there a punchline?
Is that true?
Rizzler's related to Bill Maher, so what would that be like? It'd be the Bill Marsler. Bill Marsler.
New Riz.
New Riz. Yeah.
New Riz. I'm gonna put $30 into something called Onda.
Oh, so I got some news here, some comedy news. Did you see? And it didn't look like a setup, but this was really scummy. Did you see Howie Mandel set up Bill Burr with Billy Corrigan from the Smashing Pumpkins on the show? Did you watch that?
No, what?
Dude, let's watch that and see what you think. Let me find this clip, dude.
It's funny that it's Howie Mandel because that's like 3 different versions of the same, at least the same looking guy.
Wait,
I thought he was really nice. Isn't he nice, Howie Mandel? Oh,
watch this. And
that's like
that's
like 3 variants of each other.
Yeah, but
Howie Mandel, Bill Burr, and Billy Corrigan.
Okay, so we're gonna watch a clip here. Let me get the clip here. This is brutal. We don't have to watch the whole thing, but I'm pulling the clip up here. So
it's like on they recently did this big crossover thing with all these different Superman shows, and so there were like all like different versions of Lex Luthor that met each other. That's what this sounds like.
No, this was. I didn't care for this. The chat probably already knows. So let me put the file here.
Did you know John? What?
I just hate watching people get embarrassed. It makes me sad. Does he get embarrassed?
Did you know that John Cryer played Lex Luthor in a Superman show?
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah,
that's fucking nuts, dude. It's like I saw that and I was like, this is not a good cat. Ducky is gonna be Lex Luthor.
That was a while ago.
Yeah, I saw a clip of that from like whatever it was, and I was like, "Is this is supposed to be Lex Luthor in this show?"
Well,
John
I remember
Cryer?
him from 2.5 Men.
Yeah, he was
so
funny.
I didn't think about him as so I didn't think of him as like Ducky. I thought of him as whatever, and I was like, this might kind of work because he's the whiny little guy that got pissed off with society and became a super.
The character on 2.5 Men is just middle-aged Ducky.
I guess, yeah. I guess
it's not. Yeah.
But watch this Howie Mandel, Bill Burr clip and tell me if this is not unsettling.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, hold on.
Sit down. You're an asshole.
All right, so hold on. Let's pause this. Everybody get ready. Everybody get ready. I can't believe you haven't seen this.
This is a funny concept.
I can't believe you haven't seen this, dude.
This is like a funny idea to be like, hey, Bill Burr, meet Billy Corgan.
Just wait, though. So he ambushes him. Watch this.
And look who's here.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Sit down.
You're an asshole.
So fucked up.
Billy Corgan. Billy Corgan.
Yeah.
I'm an asshole?
Yeah,
I thought this would be great to bring a family together.
He didn't tell you. He told me you were totally cool with me coming.
That's what he does.
So I don't know if it's a setup. It looks real.
I don't think this is real.
Billy looks kind of upset. Bill looks upset. But let's see. Let's
I
continue.
think the joke is that it's just two of the same guy.
No, continue watching.
That's what he does.
I thought it would be
so
a
then,
good
like,
surprise.
can this be like edited?
See him smoothing the chair, and he says, "Can this be edited out?" He's nervous. His body language is he's rubbing the chair in discomfort.
Edit out or no?
I can go. I mean, you told me Bill was.
All right, fuck it. No, I'll do it. Like, did you ever think the fact that I never told that story? That, maybe you shouldn't? Did you ever, how many fucking, like, emails and crap that I got? Like, I sort of, like, went away from that.
So let me just fill in. Let me just fill in.
Do we talk on a regular basis?
We've never met.
So Billy Corgan was nice enough on my podcast to talk about the fact that he told a story that he had never told before, that his father traveled.
My stepmother said to me, do you know who Bill Burr is? Bill Burr might be one of the children that your father sired in his days on being a traveling musician.
If you do the math.
Are you paying attention? You know what's happening?
He had two kids this close together and he named them the same fucking name.
So they're meeting for the first time after Billy Corgan went live on the show and said that he was told that his father slept with Bill's mother and that they're half brothers in real life. And Bill Burr is upset about it.
He thinks it's different because he's Billy and I'm Bill. Like, that's how we told the difference.
I don't know if it's real. It seems real.
But you're right. I mean, with all respect.
I just thought.
All right. Well, whatever. It's not that I don't like him. It reminds me of all of that shit. So,
it just seems more of the same from what I've been hearing.
All right, whatever. I mean, I like your music.
Appreciate that.
Okay, great.
Would you? You know, what'd be cool if you let your brother play drums.
Well, the fact that he said he can't sing, I think that's
dude. That's such a fucking brutal line. Oh, he's
Dave,
furious.
this is pretty funny, dude.
Yeah, so he's furious, right? And then Howie Mandel is just such a dirtbag if this is real, and he's like, dude, it'd be great if you let your brother Bill play drums.
This is like a funny bit. I don't think this is real, and it is a funny bit. Just for the, I think the joke is that they look the same. Like they're both just like pasty bald guys.
I don't know, dude. I don't know. I haven't watched the whole clip. I only watched up to here, so we can continue whatever.
Sort of disproves that we're related. Because I'm not funny, right? You know what I mean? So it goes both ways.
listen, you've done well for yourself. I'm happy for you. You know, but I just would prefer if you just kind of didn't go around. No, not telling these fucking stories. Like, why did you feel the need to do that?
Okay, can I give you the setup on all this? Because it's his fault.
You can do whatever you want because you kind of already did that.
Okay, I'm trying to be respectful.
Now you are.
Okay. No,
look. Let me rewind this. This another reason I think it's real. Sorry that I'm detecting. Watch the face of Howie Mandel's co-host.
All
right. Watch her face.
Do whatever you want because you kind of already did that.
Okay, I'm trying to.
She looks like, oh, we shouldn't have done this.
Whatever you want because you kind of already did that.
Okay, I'm trying to be respectful.
Now you are.
Okay, no wait.
I don't know. Maybe it is.
You're a Cubs fan.
I think Burr's pissed off.
Theo Epstein.
Fucking Wrigleyville. Bunch of cunts. Southside's where it's at. What's up?
Do you want me to tell the story?
Yes.
Okay. So, you know, he owns about 80 buildings in this area. I don't know if you know how rich he is. But anyway, so I was working in another building and I came out the building, and the first thing he said to me was, "Here comes Bill Burr." And I said, "Do you know that story somehow?" And he said, "What story?" So I told him privately that story. Mm-hmm. He said, "Oh, you got to say this on the air."
Yeah, but he always does that. Because that's the thing. He's bringing in here not because he's trying to heal the bullshit that we went through.
And I mean, I want to say something about Howie, but I'm going to keep that to myself.
Growing up, he's been here just for the fucking ratings. I mean, the guy literally accepted a fucking award in the middle of a podcast. I'm supposed to be promoting my special, and he's over here like...
You can do it. March 14th on Hulu.
It's going to help now.
But it's not about...
Okay, so now what was supposed to happen? Are we going to go play catch? We're both in our 50s.
My arm is still good. I got it.
Hey, this is a bit. This is not real.
I don't think so. I
Like,
think
what kind
Bill now. I think Bill now is loosening it up, and he's like, I can't be a douchebag. I gotta make it funny. But I think that Bill's.
What I'm getting from this is that Howie Mandel is much funnier than I thought he was.
I don't know. Let's continue.
Howie Mandel's timing during this, just him being like,
dude,
yeah, you could have March 14th Hulu.
Yeah, when he's all Jim, but when he says maybe your brother wants to play drums for you, and Bill Burr does play drums, and he's in the band. That was
wrestling.
I only knew Howie Mandel as like he puts the glove on his head.
Yeah, I remember him from the cartoon too, Little Howie.
Oh yes,
and then he was the monster one with Fred Savage. That was good. Where he's like a Jim Carrey type, Robin Williams type character.
And then like all through like my teen years up till now, he's just been like a game show host.
Yeah, I didn't really find him that funny, but back then you didn't take much to get into comedy. Like, I mean, it took like a lot of work, but I'm saying like, well, we won't say he probably got a little bit of help from his people, but he. Like back then, like putting a rubber glove and being interesting like that on your head was something different. Yeah, Little Monsters was good.
By the way, I have big news. So like a few minutes ago, I put $50 into something called Onda XPT. I don't even know what it is, but I'm up $11 on it now.
Hey, don't say that in front of the fans. They'll stop giving you super chats.
Yeah. So.
Okay, let's get back to the
video. I'm rotating
here.
Profits from the other thing from
Let's
earlier.
get back to the video here, see if this is real. Let's go.
WWE. I love that.
Okay, I own the NWA, which is the oldest wrestling organization in the world.
All right, that's I respect that.
He won't come. He won't come to a show, but at least you would.
Would you go to one of his events?
To what? An NWA
event? Yes.
It's wrestling.
Oh, wrestling. You know.
He's busy.
I don't know.
He's busy. He's busier than God, this guy. No. I can't even believe you got him in here. To set this up.
Do you want to?
And you set us both up.
So one thing I will say is the Hawk Tuah thing was fake, and that was a bit. And a lot of people still believe that she's Jewish because of the fake DNA test he took on here. So maybe he is doing a little like Matea.
This is kayfabe. Yeah.
I don't know.
They're talking about wrestling.
Like fucking awards for setups, healing fathers who secretly have two families.
This is some Dr. Phil shit you got going on here.
Yeah, thank you.
I think that you guys should take a moment.
I think we're on the same page, thinking that you're kind of a dick.
I
right
think
now.
Bill's just rolling with it pretty well.
No, this is a bit.
What did he
Well,
have to do with this?
Yeah,
Why
you didn't
would
know he was going to do this, right? Whatever. But I don't have any, like, at some point we will hang out. I don't think on a podcast to try to fucking.
Dude, I think
where
it's
to
real.
start.
Oh, you
Sonny,
smoke
play
too, huh?
something.
No, it's just I don't want to talk about it because he's a germaphobe. But
Wait, you're sick?
I've gotten over being sick. Stop.
Maybe I'm turning into a boomer,
This
dude.
is just the remnants.
Maybe this is just
of a lifetime of screaming.
when I watch those Generation Hope videos, and I'm like, how does anybody think this is real? Maybe I'm just falling.
Yeah,
for it.
this is a bit.
Yeah, that's what we.
I don't think it's a bit.
I thought this would go someplace.
Her face
thought
is
this would go,
uncomfortable.
like-
Bill was rubbing
I mean,
the
if you
chair.
see the
uncomfortable.
barrage of texts I got this morning,
He's
you gotta
just
come
making
in,
it.
Bill,
He's
love it,
making the
he's
best
cool
out of
with
it because
the
he's
whole
Bill
thing.
Burr, and he's.
All right, so then I'm not
Rich and-
upset with you then, because I thought that
I
this
appreciate that.
was like your idea.
No,
All
he
right.
he totally set me up.
I'm sorry. I just thought it was more important to bring
You
family
know, you walk through
together.
the door. How's your wife? My wife.
This is
How's
a
your
joke.
wife?
Yeah, he's having
How
a
the
baby.
kids?
Yeah, but your
You want
family's
some
growing,
free
Bill.
underwear?
She's
you know?
late.
That's funny.
Third semester.
That's fun.
Trimester.
He doesn't even give a shit. This is the thing that throughout my career.
No, this
the
is
amount
real.
of people
They're
like,
turning
that
it
have
into
done
a
this
bit,
to me,
but-
and then you know what's funny? This is gonna probably maybe make us better or maybe fuck us up, but like I can guarantee you, about 20 minutes after we walk out of here, he's not gonna remember.
Remember what? Trimester.
He's gonna be standing there gazing with his arms behind his back, looking at his YouTube plaque.
His kingdom.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's not real.
That's
a bit.
real. I
Shout
think
out
it's real.
to Siamese Dream. That's a great album. And whatever you think of Billy Corgan as a person, I know he can be a bit of an abrasive personality, in his appearances on things. The music of the Smashing Pumpkins is great, and what a moment in time, when they were.
I don't know. I still the chats on your side, they think it's a bit. A couple people saying I'm doubling down.
No, that was just fun. It was funny. Like I don't think
they turn it into a bit, but like Bill's body language when he first gets nervous and he's like, I guess we're going to talk about this. His co-host's face is so upset, and I don't know. So
yeah, no, you're just Dave. You're just old and susceptible to.
I guess so. Can we play this song from earlier that I was singing?
Did we ever explain to Florida Woman here what the Hawk Tuah girl did?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't fully understand it, but it makes more sense now.
Basically, I don't think she personally. I don't think the actual woman, Miss Tua. I don't think she actually did anything. It was the team of people that she was involved with did what's happening on Pump Fun, 100 times a second right now, where they launched a meme coin and then a bunch of people were buying it. The team itself owned a percentage of the supply of the coin. And so when it got to a certain market cap, like when it was worth a certain amount, they sold all of their supply, which means that anybody that was buying it up till that point lost all of their money because they sell everything as people are buying. And so these buy orders go through as they're selling. And so they make millions of dollars and then everybody else just loses their money. So, it's a what they call a rug pull. And I think it was like a big story because she was such a noted figure online that but she didn't do anything. First off, she didn't do anything illegal. Secondly, that's actually just more common with meme coins than anything else. That's just what happens.
But my thing is, I feel bad for her. I mean, if she didn't do anything, why is she exiled? I thought she was cute. I liked her.
I don't even know if she's exiled necessarily. I think she chose to
She was certainly wholesome.
I think she chose
Minus
to just
the whole dick sucking stuff.
Yeah, the dick sucking thing did never even like lined up with her personality. Like,
Wait, Steph. I think Steph agrees with because Steph had a similar trajectory as Hawktua Girl. She went from horny posting, which is the Hawktua original, to super wholesome saving dogs when she got famous. Is that why you relate to her, Steph? Because there's two wolves inside of you, over the horny poster and the wholesome poster?
Maybe a little bit, but I just think she's sweet. I mean, why can't someone post horny occasionally and also just be a sweetheart?
No, I do think she was sweet. I don't think she's smart enough to make her own meme coin, and I think she had handlers.
Yeah, and I think
no, go ahead.
Oh, I think when that happened, I think it finally like dawned on her how in over her head she was with that situation, and I think she probably just decided to like lay low, if not like disappear for a little bit, maybe disappear forever. Just be like, oh yeah, there's really no reason for me to be famous. I rode this as far as I could. Unfortunately, this happened, but I could just go back to like a humble life in the middle of nowhere in Tennessee and take care of my grandma.
Yeah.
Like,
I wonder how much, if she did rug it and then she did make money, I wonder how much money she made and if she invested it properly, if like they can just live down in with Meemaw and Peepaw.
She
Pookie.
probably, even before the meme coin, made enough money to buy the town that she's from. She's like, the town she's from only has like 900 people in it, so like I do feel bad. I empathize
this is a hot
with her.
take, but I thought she was wholesome and sweet, but I thought she was below mid.
She wasn't winning any awards. She wasn't a
like,
stunner.
But I think that's what made her cute, is she was just regular.
Yeah.
She was just a regular person. I mean, she wasn't anything, and she didn't use crazy filters. She posted bad photos. She was just nice and regular.
Yeah, I like that she was regular and fun and unfiltered. I think that's why a lot of people related to her. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do think it's interesting no one came forward and said they were Hawktua'd by her. I mean, I didn't hear any stories about that.
No, that's the biggest complaint that a lot of people have. It's like not one person came forward with the Hawktua. Like,
we never got confirmation that she's ever performed even one blowjob.
Yeah, Pookie never came forward. Pookie was on her podcast, and even Pookie didn't come forward.
Yeah.
And Matt Rife, she was seen with Matt Rife a bunch of times, and Matt Rife never made any jokes about it.
Yeah.
But you'd think she'd have a boyfriend or some past boyfriends that'd be trying to make some money off of it.
Pookie. Oh, I don't know why Pookie's staying so quiet. You know? I think honestly,
still getting the Hawktua'ing.
If you watch the whole video, and I'm a fool. I just thought that was a true scenario that just happened on the Howie thing that they made light of. But with the Hawktua thing, if you watch the full thing, not just the small clip, her girlfriend, the brunette that she's constantly with, says to her when he asks the question, "You know what you have to say," which means they have this Hawktua. They had an inside joke, and she was like the most outrageous. And she basically gave her the signal, like, it's the most outrageous thing to say. You need to do it. So she did that. So that was probably a running bit with them that they do. You know what I mean? It'd be like Dalton getting picked on the street and Robbie talking into her ear to do the jizzler or something. Or the Bill Maher.
So it's possible she's a sweet virgin, all-American girl. We'll just never know.
It's possible.
And there's also, I think people the chat makes a good point that the art during all this has been very nice, and it's I think we cracked the code on
you guys
content.
I'm glad that Steph came. I'm glad you came. You're doing great, Steph. Everybody should check out her Etsy store.
Everybody should give
out
me
her
money.
YouTube channel. Everybody should continue. And you guys want to listen to a little Christian music while we're here? Since this is a Christian podcast? I got a Christian song pulled up, but Dalton won't play it.
I don't want to play this. I can't play this.
Wait. I'll be on the turntables. While we do it in live action.
All right. I mean, I've seen this. It's
Christian music.
This is a cornerstone of the internet, so I've seen this many times. But
it's Christian.
We'll go ahead and watch it again.
Steph, you've seen this? A rap song about Jesus?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, you're in for a treat.
You know what? I guess it's worth it to show it to her for the first time.
Well, I wrote this song for the Christian youth. I want to teach kids the Christian truth. If you want to reach those kids on the street, then you got to do a rap to a hip-hop beat. So I gave my sermon an urban kick. My rhymes are fly, my beats are sick. My crew is big and it keeps getting bigger. That's 'cause Jesus Christ is my nigga.
That's me live on the turntables. I had to beat that out for you, Collins. You'd have to come back.
Don't even worry about believing it at this point.
He's a life changer, miracle arranger, born to the virgin mom in a manger. Water to wine, he's a drink exchanger, and he died for your sins. I preach the word, that's my gig, and I rhyme better than Notorious Big. All the other MCs, I wish them well, but if you live in sin, you burn in hell.
I can't believe you've never seen this, Steph.
I haven't.
Now I'ma pass the mic to my lovely wife. She's a fly MC and the light of my life. So to bust the rhyme without further ado, take it away, Mary Sue.
Jesus Christ is my nigga. He's the son of the original G. And he was sent to earth to elucidate the way that we should be. What? Like if another MC says you're a freak, you're a lame butt rapper and your rhymes are weak. I don't get mad and I don't critique. I forgive him and turn the other cheek. I don't blaspheme and I don't brag. I don't cuss. And my pants don't sag. I do exude a little Christian swag, and I'm proud to be an American.
Jesus Christ is a nigga. Let his light shine through ya.
It's like a
Let
fever
his love pop a cap in your butt and say hallelujah. Jesus Christ is a nigga.
If this is a
He's a homie MC, JC, you see. He's an honest, caring, peace-loving nigga like me. If you do drugs and you think you're cool, you need to come to Sunday school. Put those drugs in a garbage can. Stand up tall, you're a Christian man. Word up. I'm freestyling.
Hit me.
That was great. That's good.
That was a part of American culture, Steph. You're part of a community that lived for a long time now.
I would very easily fall into a cult because besides the racial word, I would fall for that church. Like any church like that is literally, that would work on me. That's exactly what I'm looking for.
Yeah, cults seem pretty cool, like up until they're not. Like the community and the camaraderie, the friendship, the sexual manipulation, like all that seems pretty chill. But it's like when they start talking about like
Skankfest.
Yeah, when a cult starts talking about like transcending the flesh and when it starts getting into that, where I'm like, yo, dog, I am not trying to do like ritual like mass suicide or overthrow the government.
Dawn's laying under the purple blanket, looking out the side.
They start off good. Like Jim Jones was good at the beginning. They don't start off crazy. I don't think so.
Well, that's the thing. Is like that's the thing with any like commune. Like the idea of like a community.
Oh, Wanderlust was funny.
Yeah, the idea of a community of people who all like look out for each other and exist in like this cohabitation, you know, where it's it's like this togetherness seems nice. But then when it starts getting like too freaky is when you go, all right, I just wanted friends.
Did you see the movie Wanderlust ever?
It's a good movie.
Yeah, so that that kind of plays into what we all think, where the dude's getting, was it Paul Rudd and Jennifer Aniston, and he leaves and he comes back and they're like, she's getting her shoulders rubbed by some yoga dude. That's
the sex part of it is also can get kind of weird. Like it seems like a cool thing where it's like, oh, I get to have like fun sex with a bunch of people, but then you go, oh, this is gross actually.
No, I don't think
I find it hard to believe you'd think much is gross because I've seen your tweets.
Oh, that is but one piece of my soul.
So men just horny post different. You know what I mean? So you like to horny post and be wholesome. I like to racial post and be wholesome. Dalton likes to horny post.
Yeah, I go on Twitter to just be like a bull in a china shop. Like I'm just like posting the most insane things I could think of. But like,
same.
Yeah,
it's a playground. It's a digital playground.
Yeah, but
Not a
like
digital
me in
office.
real life, like if I have like you know, if I'm in bed with a woman and she disrobes, I'm always like, my goodness.
Keep a soundboard by the side of the bed.
Yeah. Like,
Oh,
wow.
yeah,
Wow. Wowza.
I'm about to.
I think you're probably blocked by more OnlyFans models than anybody. That would be my guess. Or maybe they love you.
I wouldn't know because Twitter doesn't notify you when you've been blocked. So the only times I've found out I'm blocked by anybody is when I go, I haven't seen a post from them in a while. I wonder what they're up to. And I look at their account and I go, oh, yeah, I haven't been seeing posts from them because they blocked me.
Yeah, so Diet Coke blocked me because I made a joke a while ago. And I forgot that, no offense to your friend, I forgot that she'd existed, like in the Twitterverse or whatever.
Yeah.
And then I think Troy or somebody commented on a thing, and I was like, oh, did she unblock me or something? I forgot she even existed. And then I realized, so I didn't know you can see people's posts when you're blocked or they're blocked. Because I've been blocking
Twitter
people like
changed
crazy.
that.
Yeah.
Twitter just changed that where even if you're blocked, you can still like see their posts now. Used to be you couldn't even see anything they were posting.
I block all the OF models. I blocked that Bonnie Blue. She needed the money, but I blocked her because everybody kept talking about her and that the other one, and it's fucking up my fucking algo, dude. Yeah. I don't need.
She got me my biggest tweet.
Is she? Are they really doing it though? Are they releasing the footage? Because like I know they're doing an OF thing, but it's like sometimes I'm like, it doesn't seem possible. I mean, I know it's possible, but it doesn't seem emotionally possible
to fuck 1,000 dudes in one night,
and then. Yeah, and then not be in like intense therapy. Unless I was listening to Jordan Jensen talk on on Jim Norton. She was talking about she likes rough sex because when she gets slapped around, it turns her girl brain off. So I was like thinking with the Bonnie Blue thing is like, is she gotten to a point where she's so used to being slapped like aggressive sex that she needs like 1,000 men to shut her girl brain off for like 12 hours to get some peace and quiet, and then when
Lily Phillips
all the noise starts back up again, mental noise.
Lily Phillips said she dissociated after 20 when she did 100. She said after 20 she was like totally checked out.
I don't understand the point of it. That's what I'm saying. Like they're just breaking themselves.
It's like Jackass.
It's female Jackass.
Yeah.
Pew, pew, pew. This is suck 100 dicks. Pew, pew, pew,
yeah, it's like, yeah, you know why.
but the thing is,
that is fucking hilarious. Dude.
Yeah, it's like when you're watching Jackass, you don't say to yourself like, "What's the point?"
Yeah, I was gonna say. Well, as a dude, when I watch Jackass, I do get it. Like I wouldn't do it, but I do get why. But that does make sense. It's female Jackass. Dude.
Yeah,
it is, dude.
But they're making millions of dollars, I will say. But like they're making millions of dollars, so they have a reason to do it. The fucking guys, what is the 100th guy getting out of it? Like he's signing up to be the 100th fucking guy.
I saw
horrific.
Pictures of the guys. It looks like they get to invade a country and bang a white girl. So they did not. Everybody's making it sound like these are like college educated, like Barron Trumps in line or whatever. I looked at the people, like the ones that they showed. They all look like migrants and like, you know, they don't look like the cream of the crop that are showing up.
I like this. He said, "Lily, fill her up."
Oh, ding ding dun dun.
No, it's like, you know, it's like, have you ever been to like a Chinese buffet and you know, there's the people that were already there have gotten to the egg roll trough before you. So there, you know, the egg roll started full egg rolls, right?
Yeah.
And then by the time you get there, there's maybe 1 or 2 egg rolls left, but you go, hey, I still get an egg roll. You know, it's better than no egg roll. And I guess that's what it's like to be the 1,000th guy that fucks Lily Phillips in one night.
No, but like, no, if you showed up to the trough of egg rolls and then you look and one of the egg rolls are just smashed and covered with unknown fluids, and you're like,
one of the egg rolls was
I'm
covered
hungry.
in jizz.
I gotta eat an egg roll. That's what it's like. You're like, no, you don't have to eat the egg roll. Like, you can just go home and jack off. So everybody's saying, what about the men or whatever? So it is different than the men, but the men are pretty gross too. But everybody, it's kind of like I was making myself laugh when I was listening to this on the boys cast, but I was doing the Time to Kill, because she slept with 1,000 men, and I was doing the Matthew Broderick, like looking in the camera, like, now imagine those guys were white.
I mean, there is like you do. Because I have like been in a, you know, I've been a desperate fella a couple times in my life, maybe even now, where you start to think like, what am I willing to do? Like just to get a little piece of pussy. Like, what would I? What would I acquiesce to?
A crumb of coochie, if you will.
Yeah, a crumb of coochie. Just like what would I acquiesce to for the sake of just like being able to have sex? And there does come a point where you get desperate enough that like the woman that everybody else avoids because she fucks everybody, you go, everybody? Like,
yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Oh yeah.
So,
but I mean, just go to a fucking get a lot lizard. Like that's it. I understand that more than signing up to be in a fucking gangbang. That's crazy.
Yeah,
you wait for it. You have to get transportation.
I was thinking about it like this though too. Like, so it's. I mean, the 1,000 is just crazy. But like,
do you remember the Ayala gangbang? Like, dude, they make Ayala look like a fucking like Mr. Rogers, basically, because she was like one of the first ones I saw starting to do this, where she had announced that she was going to do a gangbang for her birthday. She's like this really gross lady on Twitter, but very, it's very funny to watch what she's up to. And then the gangbang happened, and I think she released a chart. She had a whole chart with all the data from the gangbang, and I think it was like 70 something dudes actually showed up, and of those, it was like maybe 30 actually had sex with her.
Yeah.
And then there were some that just dipped, that left, that showed up and then said, you know what, fuck this.
But you want to get there first. You're like, the PlayStation sold out yet? Like, I need to be first in line.
Yeah. And then but the funny thing was that one of the numbers on the chart was didn't fuck me, but came in the fluffer, fuck the fluffer.
Yeah.
So there was just other ladies there where it's like, hey, if you don't want to.
That's the move. You show up like you're gonna do that, and you just bust when the fluffers got you. You just get a free hand job and go home.
Yeah, but she was one of the first people I saw doing this, and at the time I was like, damn, dude, she fucked 70 dudes showed up. She fucked 30 dudes in one day. It's crazy. And then,
she's a prostitute.
Yes, she is.
So I was thinking about this, right? So we had trading and money making, right? And they moved forward. Meme coins are just like regular trading, but you can jam in everything that's going to happen immediately. Right?
Yeah.
So you can put money and take it out at the wrong times, on other types of trades, and lose your money. But you can do it really quick on meme coins, or you can make a lot of money really quick on meme coins. And so this girl is banging 100 dudes in one day, and all the dudes are banging her. And we're like, oh, that's disgusting. I would never do that. But a lot of us kind of are doing that because nowadays women are sleeping with a lot of dudes and you're sleeping with them after the fact. There's just been more time that's passed. It's not condensed into a 12-hour window like meme coins are.
Like when I actually had to contend with the situation, nothing like that, but where I was like dating someone and they like we had different values for what we wanted in this relationship, where it was like I wanted to go steady, go to the malt shop, 1 malt, 2 straws, you know, that sort of thing.
Hold hands in the park.
Yeah.
And she wanted to fuck all your friends behind your
She
back.
wanted to fuck all my friends.
Yeah.
And she was open about that. Like, you know, we had been together for like a couple weeks, and then she said, "Hey, just to like temper your expectations, I am sucking and fucking other people because I'm 21. I just lost a bunch of weight, and you know, I want to get in all the sucking and fucking I can." And I was like, "That's cool," and that was a lie that I told her because I was not cool with
And I
that
lied
at
right to that
all.
bitch's face so I could get some pussy.
Yeah, and I tried to just like
Yeah.
tell myself like maybe I could just like enjoy the sex that I get to have with her. And that lasted like maybe another week, and then I just was like, even when we were in bed together, I just kept thinking about like, all right, what number am I for today? You know, like I don't know, you know, I just was like, so I had like it ended, you know, I just was like, this is not what, like something that I want to do. Is like whatever this casual thing is that you want. So, you know,
I shouldn't say this. This is the old me. This is not the current me. I've changed a lot. I repent for my sins, whatever. I don't want the Christian community here or anybody to think less of me, but I was on the other side of that, and I was just hooking up with this friend of mine that we were like good friends for a long time. And she had a boyfriend in an open relationship. And it was weird because he knew everything that was going on. And he was like buying her flowers, dinner, taking care of her, all this stuff. And he would literally drive her to my house and like drop her off. And I'd like, she'd come in and we'd spend the weekend together or whatever. And I didn't like, there was no, like we had been friends. So it was past like getting attached or whatever, but it was just weird. But the thing was, she was like short and petite, and he was short and petite. So I was like,
they call that a spinner.
So I was, and so I was like twice her size, and he was like the same size as her, and so she would pretty much just like drop. I don't know, it was uncomfortable, but I was like, whatever, this is not my girl, and I needed to get the evil out because I couldn't concentrate, like Dalton was saying, like in the world.
You
so
get the poison out.
I needed a safe place to get the poison out. Yes. I've since controlled the beast a little bit better.
That was presented to me years ago. I went on a date with this. I felt like it was too good to be true right away because it was like this beautiful redheaded woman that I met at this comedy club, and she was like into me.
F has lulled us into opening up.
Yeah,
while watching her sharing our deepest, darkest secrets.
It was this like really pretty, really nice, like big tittied Italian redheaded lady. Her name was Meredith, and we went on a date, and she was like dropping not even subtle hints throughout the date. Where like at one point we were walking, and something fell out of her purse that she made like a big show of it. She was like, "Whoops." And then she was like, "Oh, that's a condom that fell out of my purse." I was like, "Oh, nice, dude." And we went back to her apartment, and when I was like trying to initiate something, where I was like, "You know, you're quite the good-looking lady there." she said, "So, you know, here's a fun fact about me. I'm in an open relationship." And I was like, "Oh, I've heard of this. So what is that? So like, what is it? What does that mean?" And she was like, "So I got like a boyfriend I've been with for a while, but you're cool. But I'd like to take it slow with you. But like, you know, we could date if you want." And I go, "Cool." This doesn't make any sense.
So I get to spend money on you. So I have to spend a bunch of money on you and never get laid, and you have a boyfriend.
So like, right? So like I left. I was like, all right, cool. I guess I'll like talk to you later. Yeah. And then the next couple times I talked to her, I was like, hey, do you want to like go out or do something? She'd be like, oh yeah, I'd love to, but I'm actually going on a date with my boyfriend tonight. But like, you know. Yeah, and I eventually had to tell her, I was like, hey, you seem like you're pretty nice and all that, but this doesn't really make any sense to me. Like whatever it is you're wanting.
Yeah, because you're a nice boy that wants to be in a relationship, and she's just looking for guys to jackhammer, gorilla fucker. You know what I mean? And be and get used up.
Yeah, it didn't make any sense because I was like,
there's two wolves inside each woman.
Well, because I was like, it would make more sense. Like, okay, you have your boyfriend, and then you have like dudes you have sex with on the side. Okay, whatever. But the fact that she was like, "But we got to go slow," I go, "Well, I don't want to invest that much time and energy into something that's like literally going nowhere."
Well, here's the thing: like, if you're in the mindset that it's going to be a relationship, right? Then you will be like that. You feel like cheated on and disgusted and all that stuff. But if you get in the mindset, like, okay, well, I know this one dirty whore that will eventually have sex. So you just like ignore her and like put minimal effort into her. That's what I think a lot of guys are doing. So they have like they can detach themselves sociopathic, like sociopath, and just treat her like a piece of meat.
I guess so, yeah. I mean,
So I got a question for Steph. Now, you don't have to out yourself in any way, okay? So you don't have to give any private information. But you and me went back and forth on Twitter about this a little bit. I had said something about women, and you said, I think it might have been with the Bonnie Blue or Lily or whatever, and you said, no, the average woman doesn't. I forget what it was. It's something, but like the average woman has less than 5 sexual partners and no sexually transmitted diseases or whatever it was. I wish I knew remember what it was.
Yeah.
We were going back and forth.
I think because you said the average woman had sex with 30 men or something like that. And I said it was something
telling me. That's what the statistic.
No fucking way.
Oh no, it was
no way.
It was the abortion thing. It was the girl that I met that said she had an abortion like right off the bat. And then I was like, and so they're like, she was like 20 something and she's already had an abortion. So and you were like, the average girl has 0 abortions and is up with under 5 guys and they get married, is what you said. And I
think that's true. Yeah.
I want to know what Dawn thinks about that.
I'm skeptical of any statistic that comes out about any of this because it's like, so first off, it's just the people that are even willing to respond. So like you have like a Family Feud style census where they ask however many people. You're only going to get like a small percentage of people that even respond to anything like that. And of the people that actually respond, who's actually telling the truth? Like,
yeah,
you could just like all those numbers. I don't know how like trustworthy they are.
They're claiming that the polls were all done anonymously, so there's no reason to lie. But it's like people figure out reasons to lie. It's fun. It's stupid.
Yeah, but also even if it's anonymous,
they feel guilty because they're religious.
Even if it's anonymous and everyone's telling the truth, it's still just the people that are willing to respond.
Yeah.
Most people, when they get polled for anything, are going to go, fuck off.
Yeah, like when they do the dick measuring things, it's all the guys with the huge penises that are like 5 3/4 that show up. That's why the numbers get skewed.
Yeah. But I mean, like with any polling, like if somebody just if you get an email or a phone call or somebody walks up to you on the street, you go, no, I'm not. No, stop.
Yeah,
I'm not doing this.
Yeah.
Whatever the question is. So especially if something as sensitive as like how many people have you slept with in your lifetime? Like I would not answer. I would be like, I'm not answering. Why would I tell you that?
Yeah.
But here's the thing.
Sorry. What?
I had a guy tell me he thought the average 30-year-old woman has sex with 100 guys, which is fucking like in their life, which is insane. I think a lot of guys, if they were women, or they think if they could have sex as easily as women, would be hitting those numbers. So they project that onto the women. but women don't want the same. Women don't want that. Women usually want relationships. Guys just think because women can have a lot of sex that they are.
It depends on the family. There is a lot of women that have been trained to be masculine, so they're like, fuck you, you're telling me to be chaste, so they purposely go out in whatever. So you got to be careful. I think it's one or the other. I don't think there's many in betweens.
I have met the kind of women that do take advantage of the fact that they're women and can have a lot of sex. Like, they've put up numbers. The commonality amongst all of the women like that I've met is they're all out of their fucking minds.
We got to remember too, Steph has a mother and a father.
It's true.
Yeah.
But I have some friends who are like super hot. They could get with so many guys easily, and they all have body counts under 5.
And do they have parents?
Because they do have. No. I have some fatherless friends who aren't even doing that. I mean, women just because you can doesn't mean you will. Men would do it for sure. Yeah. But women don't do it.
Well, you guys also lie to one another for social reasons too.
That's always been the balance.
Yeah, but I just know that it's just not true. I mean, unless they're finding these guys in the middle of the night and like hiding them, it's just not happening. It's really not. My friends are trying to get boyfriends. If they don't have a boyfriend, they're trying to get a boyfriend, and they're not just sleeping with every guy.
No, I do believe that. I do believe that those women exist, and you have to be within those friends groups. I'm just saying that there's a huge portion of society that's also living on the other side of that, where they feel like getting advice to not be promiscuous is not trying to help them. It's trying to oppress them when you're trying to help them. And then they go the other way and they just destroy themselves to be like, I'll show you.
I think, what is that expression? It's like a key that opens many locks is a good key, but a lock that is opened by many keys is a poorly designed mechanism.
Yeah.
So, I guess the man is the key and the woman is the lock. And, I guess that's always been the sort of double standard, it's like right? Like a guy that's able to have sex with a lot of women is like, oh, that's he must be quite the specimen. Whereas like a woman that has sex with a lot of dudes is like, okay, well, I guess her dad wasn't around or something.
Well, women are disposable. I mean, men are disposable and women are cherished, and it's just biologically like, if you're on a desert island, that you've heard this 100 times, but if you're on a desert island, you want to send the men out to war because if only one returns, you can fix the desert island. But if you send all the women out and they die, then you're fucked.
I just remembered how insane I was going during the pandemic. You just remind me, like with the desert island thing, that when the pandemic hit, I was living in an apartment and one of my roommates was like this really pretty like French lady. And we were just like, everything was locked down so tight.
I hope she wants to see my wee wee.
I remember genuinely thinking like, okay, so this is like a situation where we're locked in this apartment together. We can't really go.
Was she hot? French women sound hot.
She was pretty hot. And I remember legitimately, like every day I would leave my room to go into the kitchen, the common area, and think like, when do we like start having sex?
You were full porn brain, like schizo?
I genuinely believed like, okay, well, this is like the end of the world or something. Yeah, and we're locked inside this apartment together. We can't really do anything or go anywhere.
Yeah. And she knows I can just take it, but I'm not. I'm choosing not to.
I'm being a gentleman.
Because of the implications of the situation any second now.
Yeah.
I'm being the gentleman here.
Yeah. Dude, I genuinely was like, yeah, this is like one of those things you hear about where two people just due to the like desperate circumstances that they're thrown into have to start having sex.
Yeah.
One of those.
Yeah.
And that was not
Dude, how did you, I wouldn't even been able to sleep. I've had those moments before where like you're with a woman and you have like two it's like separate rooms or whatever, and you split off, and they go into their room, and you go into your room, and then you can't even sleep because you're like, she's probably gonna come in here. I can feel the vibes earlier.
Dude, I did.
She is sound asleep, not even thinking about you, and you're in there. You can't even sleep. You're in fight or flight mechanism. You know?
my approach to like living anywhere is always just like, what can I get? Like, you know, like what kind of, I'm looking for an apartment. What do I have access to? And so I've always just done the thing where I go on like Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace and look for somebody that's looking for a roommate, right? Like I've had so many,
and it's got a little bit of extra fat on it, but I think this is all I can.
Yeah, but I've had so many living situations where I've like moved in with like complete strangers.
Yeah,
like where
that's
my
insane.
I'm happy I've never had to do that.
People think I'm weird because like I'll be living with people and they'll be like, "So who's your roommates?" Like
that's my nightmare. That's when when Steph was talking about being homeless earlier. Sometimes I think, all right, what would happen if like this? I'm like, I guess I would have to live with a stranger. Like, that's like my doomsday.
Oh, I've done that. I've done that a lot. I've done that where I just go on Craigslist and I go to like some apartment and have like an interview basically. And I'm like, yeah, you know, this is what I do for work. And this is, you know, here's all this, and this. Can I live here? And they're like, yeah, sure. Can you pay the deposit? I'm like, yeah. And I just move in with people I don't even know. And I've had so many like conversations with like friends of mine where they're like, so who are your roommates? Like, are anybody we know? And I go, oh, I don't even know them. I'm like, what?
Well, in New York City, that's a lot more. And I've seen that like in Boston, like in the big city, that's not so strange.
But dude, the one
still freaks me out.
One time I did that, and the woman that I like the thing Craigslist ad I responded to, who I ended up moving in with, was this like beautiful big titty Puerto Rican, and I you know, I know she has big titties because there were so many times I'd walk out of my room,
and he said beautiful Steph because her personality.
Yes. She was actually very
inner
mean.
beauty.
She was actually
her inner
very
beauty
mean.
was shining out through her bosom.
She was kind of mean, actually. But there were plenty of times I'd walk out of my room and she'd be in the kitchen just like cooking breakfast or whatever in her bra and panties. And I like would genuinely, I would see her in, you know, her skivvies, you know, big titties and bacon grease popping all
Women
over.
love it when you call it their skivvy.
Yeah. I truly, I would walk out and see that, and I would immediately have to turn around and just go back in my room. I'd be like, yo, this is not fair. You cannot do this to me.
You got to go in your thing, put some whitey tighties on, and come back out and be like, oh, what are you cooking? Good morning. Dude. You get the cops, you're in the back of a squad car. You're like, oh, you're an officer. Look what she's wearing.
Dude, it was it was crazy that she would do it because I'd be like, "Yo, dude, I'm only a man."
They do that sometimes because she wants to. That's her way of trying to dominate you. What you have to do is you have to walk out there and be like, "It don't even faze me."
Yeah,
I've seen naked, big titty Puerto Rican chicks making breakfast 100 times. Get out of my way.
I see you have your fucking dumb titties out again.
Yeah. Dumb bitch, get out of my way. I need some of my egos. I gotta get the hell out of here, you dumb bitch.
Yeah,
I'm not even, this doesn't even confront me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, women do be doing stuff like this. And I remember I had a friend once who was like a platonic, you know, we were just friends. And one night she was wearing these like short shorts and she was like, hey, can you let me know, are my bush and pussy showing out of these shorts? And I go, what the fuck? What are you doing? I was like, why are you asking me that?
You should have been like, no, pull them up a little bit.
Yeah. I had to tell her, I'm like, you can't be asking me shit like, I'm not like, you don't draw attention to your bush and pussy.
That's when she is probably flirting with you.
No, she got, because I told her, I said, is this like a, you know.
No, you're not supposed to ask. With emotional intelligence, I learned this.
No, but she genuinely like was mad that I even said anything about it. That I was like, hey, it's like uncomfortable for me if you're like to put me in a situation like that. Like when you, like if we're just friends, like you can't do that. And she was like, you know, oh, fuck you for even thinking like, you know, I would never want to have sex with you. And I'm like, okay, cool. So don't talk about your bush and pussy to me then, because that's like pretty sexual.
So a couple things. One, attention is currency for women because in the past, evolutionary wise, when they weren't getting attention, they died. So they needed other people to constantly be paying attention to them. They're part of the community, because if they weren't getting that, it meant death.
Ain't that the truth?
But also, 2 years ago, I did my cross country trip there, and I was in Hot Springs, Montana. No, I was near Medicine Bow. I think it was maybe in Wyoming, Hot Springs, Wyoming. And anyways, I was in the Hot Springs. It was just a small town. Like they drove like an hour to go to these hot springs. And I sit there and I met this woman named Patricia that didn't shave any of her body hair. She was like a hunter. She was a chemist. We started talking. She was younger. And she was looking.
You just slid over 2 different professions she had that.
Well, she was in.
She's a hunter and a chemist.
She was in school for chemistry, and she was telling me about hunting or whatever.
Okay.
So she comes over, and we're in the hot spring or whatever, and then this old lady comes, and she's talking to me too. And then that woman leaves, the young, cute one. And so as she's leaving, I look up, and she's looking right at me. And so I keep talking to the old lady, and then my spidey senses when I'm like, oh, this is emotional intelligence. I'm supposed to get up and leave right now. So I'm like, I'm either completely misreading the situation, like the Louis thing. So I'm supposed to rape you just on the off chance you're into that thing. No, so I get up, I go in there, I change real quick, I shower or whatever. I leave this communal pool. I get out to the parking lot, nothing. So I was like, I misread. And then I hear her be like, hey, what's up, stranger? And I turn around and I end up going to get drinks with her in tacos in this town.
No.
But it was because I was like, oh, I figured out emotional intelligence. So that woman that was telling you to do that, if I had to guess, and maybe Steph could help me out here, she didn't want you to mention what she was doing because then the gig's up. But if you play along like she's not doing it, she likes that. And I
can't help out because I don't even like guys' stories because I'm afraid they'll think I'm sexually harassing them. So I can't help out. I don't do that.
Are we sexually harassing you right now?
No, I'm saying when I'm scared that like if I have a guy who's a platonic friend and he posts a story, I'm scared to even like it because I don't want him to think I'm trying to sexually harass him.
That's
He
good.
won't
Marriage
think you're
material.
sexually.
No,
I'll
he
say
will.
this.
Don't talk to other boys.
I'll tell you
That's
this
right.
much:
You're doing the right
there's
thing.
no
You have a
guy.
father.
There's no guy that would interpret that as sexual harassment. There's a lot of guys who would think that means you're deeply in love with them, myself included.
Yeah. No, women have that girl brain though. So like when I just got back into my Instagram, but I'm barely on it. Like when women post stories, they're looking for dudes to watch it and stuff. They're hyper reading into that stuff. I used to listen to Nikki Glazer when Ian and them were on XM radio, and they would get all
I was
girl
hoping you were going to
brained.
say Nikki Sixx.
No, when he set himself on fire, dude.
No,
that was
he
pretty good.
had like a like terrestrial radio show for a long time called The Sixth Sense.
I never listened.
It was pretty bad.
He's got to be 60 now, right?
Yeah, I mean they're all
He's
old.
Yeah, because I'm old and he's older than me. I don't know. That woman though that was telling you to look, does my pussy hanging out right now? You can't say, why would you do that? You have to just be like, I don't know, let me see. And turn it into a little game. That's what she wants.
Yeah.
She don't want you to bring it up because then the game's over. That's what I've learned.
Yeah, it's not worth it, dude.
And then you just got to go for it in the off chance that she's into that shit.
Yeah. Like reach down and be like, got your pussy. Like give it a squeeze, get a little honk.
Yeah, and you're living with a stranger, dude. You go to Craigslist, you're like, okay, I guess I got to find a new place to live.
Gotta find a stranger's apartment.
But it really is that Patrice O'Neill joke where it's like women just get away with doing stuff like, and I'm talking about like, rubbing your shoulder, but that woman that's in the kitchen, like she's doing it because she thinks she can get away with it, but she can get away from it because no man in their right mind is going to be like, hey, can you put some clothes on? But that's actually kind of what they also want, I think, because then you take control of the situation. I don't know. I'm sitting here alone. I am not married by the way, John Castle. He said earlier.
Yeah, I haven't felt the warm embrace.
What about me? I'm hanging out with you guys on a Saturday night. At
Yeah, we've
222.
been going.
What
We've
about
been going
me?
for a while. We should probably wrap this up, dude. I got to work in them. Actually, probably gonna have to call off work tomorrow because this sore throat has only gotten worse throughout the course of this stream.
Oh yeah, we could have cut it earlier. You had a rough day, but everybody was having fun.
We were all having fun. I need the super chats. Patreon, please subscribe to Patreon. I'm gonna get back to 2025 is the year of Dalton. It's the year of Cornfed. It's the year of the Crowder boys. It's the year of Florida woman. She's gonna start doing this.
Yeah, Steph, you have anything you want to pitch? Any plugs? They say call them plugs.
No, just
Shannon,
hope everyone is happy.
Play the plug music.
I don't have any plugs. I just want everyone to be happy. Have a good Sunday.
But follow
Clean your
Steph
houses.
Follow Steph on Twitter. Look for her art on Etsy. She's got a YouTube channel. If you like watching her do art, tune into a YouTube channel and watch her shorts.
Yeah,
You're very sweet. Thank you.
Yeah, please give Stephanie money. Florida woman, give Florida woman money here.
Oh yeah, Florida woman. Please
give me money. Like and subscribe, or whatever I'm supposed to say. And check out Severance on Apple TV Plus. That's a cool show.
Hold on, I actually have something I think I have to plug.
Okay.
I never have anything to plug.
Dave, listen to this cast that's on this show. You got Adam Scott.
I don't know who that is.
John Turturro.
I know John. Love him. And Rounders and so many other good things.
Patricia Arquette. Christopher Walken. Who else is like a big name on the show?
What show is this?
Severance. That might be like the biggest names in the cast.
That is a huge cast.
And Ben Stiller is the executive producer, and he directs a lot of the episodes.
Well, I don't remember. I got to figure out when it is. I thought I put it on my calendar. I'm going to be on sibling rivalry in February.
It might be revelry.
It might be next week, but I'll keep you guys tuned in. But I'm going to go on there. So if you guys are into sibling revelry, and actually, Dalton, you've been invited as well.
Okay.
If you're interested in coming, they said that you got maybe. They reached out to you and you said you would do it, but then you got lost in the respawns or whatever. So a couple of people had reached out to me to ask you if you wanted to go. Okay. One was America's Sweetheart. He was like, "Hey, they keep bringing you up that you're going to be on the show, and Dalton's supposed to come, but they didn't get back." And he said yes, but they never got back. And I said, if I remember, I'll bring it up. So it'll probably be. I'm probably going to be late, but I'm going to have somebody from the Middle East covering for me. So so then I'll come after when he's done.
Yeah. Now get this: there's an actress on the show who is like delivering a breakout performance. I don't think she's like known at all until this, and this is like, launching her into it's the actress's name is Britt Lower. She plays the character in the show. She plays as Helly R. First off, she's a very pretty redhead woman.
I'm gonna look her up. I see her here, Britt Lower.
Yeah.
Oh, she's older than I was thinking.
Yeah. Everybody on the show is like, if not middle aged.
She's got micro bangs. You like that? I don't like this micro bangs picture.
Dude, that's. You gotta watch the show, dude. You gotta watch the show to understand
why she's got micro bangs. I do like Grimes. Grimes is hot. She's my kind of crazy.
Her
I don't like the tattoos, but Grimes is my type of crazy.
Her performance on the show is like for like one of the actors that they got who's like unknown. Yeah, this is like her launch into becoming like a famous person. She's really good on it. And then there's this heavy set, light skinned fella who is like a character actor that you've seen everywhere. He's good on it. His name is Zach Cherry.
Okay.
I like him, but I mean, Turturro is
he's really good. Yeah,
and Adam Scott is great as all. Like I'm always happy to see him. I've been a fan of his since Hellraiser 4 Bloodline. Have you ever seen that? It's when they go to space.
So I watched the first one, and I think when it came out, I was like young enough that scared me. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Hellraiser,
the first Hellraiser is like a scary movie. It's not. It has like really gory moments, but more than anything, it's like a gothic horror movie. It's like a very slow, like methodical, like gothic horror. Like it's really like a story about like adultery.
When I was way too young, I watched The Shining and then The Howling. And like I was terrified of horror movies.
Yeah,
so
The Shining is like legitimately terrifying.
My parents are like, "Oh, that's a scary movie. You won't like it." So without even watching it, I already had anxiety. So a lot of times with those movies, I didn't end up watching them.
Yeah. So Hellraiser 4 Bloodline, and we'll wrap up with this. I'll explain the plot of Hellraiser 4. Starts on a space station. Starts in outer space. And this guy has the lament configuration in a spaceship, and he's controlling a robot remotely to solve the box. So the robot solves the box, and then the Cenobites show up, and then as bad as the movie is, not a good movie. It's conceptually interesting. It has like a pretty neat framing narrative where we're in outer space, right? But then the story of the movie is like the origin story of like the box and how the Cenobites were able to come to Earth and like all the
Is that why you originally watched it?
I originally watched
Cenobites. This is gonna be good.
Yeah, this sounds delicious. No, I watched it just because it was like it came on the Chiller channel when I was a teenager, so I was like, oh, this is cool.
Yeah.
So it's like starts in outer space, and then we go back through the decades to see like the story of the box and the Cenobites and all that through all these centuries, right? And so you see the origin story of the French toy maker who is contracted to create the box by some like sinister oligarch, right? The toy maker's name is Le Marchand. So the Hellraiser box.
French people in general creepy. So that guy's probably creepy.
The Hellraiser box, which I think is known to the denizens of the labyrinth as the lament configuration, is also sometimes referred to as Le Marchand's box because he was the French toy maker that created it. And it turns out that the schematics he was given by whoever this like evil pervert was were like drafted from something he received from hell or something. The box itself exists as like to create a schism between Earth and hell, basically, to allow these entities to through which to travel. And so the evil French guy who paid for the box, he's got like this assistant or some other guy played by a young Adam Scott. It was like his like first movie.
I gotta look him up so I can.
He was on Parks and Recreation. And so Adam Scott.
He's like, treat yourself.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he's Aziz Ansari.
Oh yeah. He's not the big black lady. Oh, Adam Scott.
He plays Ben on.
He plays Leslie Knope's love interest.
Yeah. So one of the first, I think the first movie he did was Hellraiser 4. Hellraiser in Space.
I feel like he would be Chris Hardwick's best friend too.
Maybe like 10 years ago.
Like they just look like that kind of. Yeah.
So he plays this like some assistant to the evil French pervert, and they summon a demon or a Cenobite, some entity named Angelique. Okay. So they sacrifice a prostitute or something, and then they summon Angelique to inhabit her body.
I see Ben Stiller in this too. He's involved in this?
In Severance, he's the executive producer.
Oh, yeah,
director. He directs a lot of the episodes,
Yeah, okay.
He's a very talented director. I mean, Tropic Thunder was a $250 million comedy that is like a gorgeous movie.
Yeah.
So he is like he's a very talented director, but so the Adam Scott character in Hellraiser 4, it becomes like seduced by Angelique. She seduces him with promises of power and immortality and all that, and so he kills the evil French pervert guy who paid to have the box made, and then is granted like immortality by this demon Angelique. And so he's like a figure that exists through the centuries that is like a shepherd for the box, to deliver.
That I do kind of remember that for some reason.
Yeah. And and so it's this really hokey, corny, like a lot of actors, his first opportunity to be in a movie, it was a horror movie. McConaughey was in Texas Chainsaw 3. Jennifer Aniston was in Leprechaun. Paul Rudd, Paul Rudd was in Halloween 5, The Curse of Michael Myers.
Okay.
So, it's not uncommon in Hollywood for an actor to get their start in a really shitty horror movie. And so for Adam Scott, that was a Hellraiser 4 Bloodline. But he's great on Severance. So I guess all that's to say, guys, the $10 a month for Apple TV Plus is worth it, just for Severance.
We didn't even get into that conspiracy this week. The Jennifer Aniston fucking Barack Obama conspiracy. I don't believe. I do believe Bill Burr and Billy Corrigan are brothers and were ambushed on Howie Mandel. I do not believe Jennifer Aniston, my Greek princess, would sleep with Obama.
I saw some people mention that, and I was like, she does not strike me as a coal burner.
I think Jennifer Aniston. I'm not going to say what I think.
Hey, folks, thanks for tuning in. Florida Woman, thank you for I've enjoyed, we haven't made too much mention of like the actual pieces you've been working on.
Yeah, you want to show your pieces to end it all?
These have been delightful to watch you create.
Yeah.
I just have a lot of projects going at the same time, but thank you for having me. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, thanks for doing it. You stuck around for like 4.5 hours.
When I originally talked to her, she was a little bit apprehensive, and I was like, "Look, if you just want to show up for 15 minutes," and I was like, "You don't have to be on camera. You can just do your normal thing where you do art. I think you'll like it. It's just a hang." And she was like, "Okay, I'll do it." And so I literally thought she would take off after like 15, 20 minutes.
I mean, she's a woman who only knows me through Twitter. I'm surprised she agreed to this.
Well, she agreed to it with me, and I messaged her and I was like, "Look, like, do you want me to not mention it? You're going to be on my Twitters because of the controversy stuff that I post sometimes." And she was pretty much, it's
I'm happy to hang out.
It was fine to hang out.
Let's take a look at some of this art, and we'll call it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we don't have to
showcase what you did, and we're gonna end it there.
We got some key cats.
Yeah.
I love my cats. I'm working on my cross. I've got an alligator.
Are you gonna sell that cross?
When it's done, probably.
So
probably put it on Etsy.
Somebody here, if you want to show that into the camera square, if that's going to be on your Etsy store, somebody here might want that for their family member or the mother or something, or themselves. There's some ladies in the chat.
Is this really a Christian podcast? I'm so confused.
Yeah, it's for the most part. Yeah, we started off as Bible talk, but it's like it's all over the place now.
It started as Bible study, like I would just sit here by myself and actually read the Bible. Now it's a little more free flowing.
Yeah.
Interesting. Very interesting. I had a lot of fun. Thank you for having me. I like chatting. I haven't gone to sleep past 11 p.m. in years, so
Saturday nights is
I'm gonna pass out. But
that I stay up. So yeah. All right. Well, you did great. Everybody, thanks for coming.
Yeah.
And we'll see you next Saturday. Same channel, same time.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Good night.
Oh, do you want to end it in prayer?
I guess real quick, we can everybody bow your heads. Father God, thank you for bringing us together. Thank you for another day. Thank you for all the years that I was blessed to get to spend with my little beautiful Shih Tzu Gizmo. And unfortunately, you know, he's passed now, but I'm grateful for the time I got to have with him. He never knew how happy he made me and my family. Anyway, thank you for everything. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen.
And that's we're gonna end the stream now.